Everybody ready? All right, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Camarillo Library Board. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Trustee Craven?
Here.
Trustee Kildee?
Here.
Trustee Moshe?
Present.
President Pro Tem Tremblay?
Here.
President Santangelo?
I'm here. And to make it easy, I'll lead us in the flag salute. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, are there any amendments to the agenda?
No amendments.
Okay, do we have any public comments?
I would ask anybody that wanted to speak to raise their hand. I don't see any hands raised.
I don't either. Okay, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can we take the vote, please?
Trustee Craven?
Yes.
Trustee Kildee?
Yes.
Trustee Moshe?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Tremblay?
Yes.
President Santangelo?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on now. I believe we have comments from staff, from Patricia Crosby.
Yes, good evening. Before I introduce Patricia, I'd like to just make a brief comment. Again, my name is John Thomas. I'm the Interim Director of Administrative Services, and I wanted to provide just a quick update on the recruitment for the Library Director position. As you know, the library's past director resigned early this fall. Since then, LS&S has been working to fill the vacancy. As of mid-November, LS&S narrowed the candidates down to one candidate and has had set up an on-site tour and meeting between the candidate and staff. Unfortunately, before this meeting could occur, the candidate decided not to continue in the recruitment process. LS&S is continuing their search and remains in regular contact with me. As of now, LS&S estimates having a potential candidate by possibly late January. And as developments occur regarding this recruitment, I'll of course keep the board informed. In the meantime, we have been delighted to work with and will continue to work with Patricia Crosby, our interim library director. We do have Patricia with us tonight to provide a brief update on our curbside services.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I just wanted to reiterate, obviously, what John said about we do have potential candidates for the director position and do hope to have somebody permanently here by either late January or early February. Until then, we are continuing and carry on with our great curbside service. We're getting a lot of positive comments from public, and staff is always delighted and pleased to hear that. So you can tell by your stats in your packet that we had another really busy November. One of the busiest days, we had 205 pickups. So that's in one day. Tuesdays, again, are our busiest days, and that's what that day was as well. It was Tuesday, November 17th. The total number of items that checked out in November were over 10,000, and that's checked out items plus renewals. And the average number of pickups in the month is 146. So that's since it started in March. That's the average number of the pickups, with again 205 of them being the biggest in the month of November. So again, we answer reference questions. We keep going with the Russell Fisher Business Collection and our adult literacy programming virtually as well. So any questions?
Madam President, question for Mike.
Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, curious as to Tuesday, why it's the busiest. Is that because people check a book out and read it in a week and then come back perhaps on Monday and they're ready for another book on Tuesday?
It's possible that's part of it. It's also because we are open the Tuesday through Saturday. So we're not here on Mondays, and traditionally libraries are busiest on Monday just because, you know, that's the beginning of the week, and that's usually when, like you say, people return items. So that's kind of what we're seeing as well. The book drop seems to be busiest when we empty it on Mondays as well. So that kind of continues that pattern of traditional use. So yeah.
Mr. Moshe?
Ms. Crosby, so in light of that, are you guys looking at proposing changing the hours, or do you see no need to? Would you like to keep them set as Tuesday through Saturday?
Consistency is really important right now, I think, in the lives of people in general. So, you know, we just continue to reiterate and remind people that, you know, we're Tuesday through Saturday. And I think right now it's good to leave the hours in the days of the week as is. Of course, we'd like to increase the number of days and hours at some point. So we're open, you know, those 2 extra days. But I think, again, consistency is important. So.
All right, thank you.
Mrs. Craven.
I just have a comment, and I noticed in the stats in the library report that consistently for everything, the number of books, the number of everything checked out has been just about half of what it is when the library is open. And I think that's tremendous. People at Camarillo are really utilizing this service.
It's very heartening to see that. That's not necessarily the trend in libraries throughout the country or even in California. So we're really pleased. We pretty much get daily comments via email, in person, and over the phone for people just really appreciating that we're able to offer this. So we're maintaining those connections as well when people pick up their materials in person. You know, they've developed a relationship with staff throughout the years, and even if they're just new users during curbside, they're just very appreciative of this. So we're very glad to see that, and pleased that people are using the collection, digital and print. So yeah.
Anybody else have a question or comment for Mrs. Crosby? I just wanted to thank you. I think what you're describing is that our library is really an important part of our community.
It is. Thank you.
I thank you for and your staff for, you know, being available and making curbside pickup work. It's important.
Absolutely. We are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any other comments from trustees? Okay, then we will adjourn until our next meeting on January 27th.
All right, with that, then we'll call this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board of Directors to order. The record should reflect that all 5 directors are present. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
No amendment.
Okay, are there any public comments? This is the time for anyone who wishes to make a public comment on items on this agenda or otherwise pertaining to the sanitary district to raise their hand so I can recognize them and they may have an opportunity to offer those comments. I do not see any hands raised for public. Wait a minute. Oh, I thought I did. No, I do not see any hands raised for public comment. Would you agree with that, Madam Clerk?
I do agree.
All right. So we're through that item. That moves us to the consent calendar. And I note, for example, on the consent calendar, the items D through G, D and G are noted as joint with City Council, but I'm understanding that that's somewhat of a misnomer and that all these items are actually on for consent. Madam Clerk, is that correct?
That is correct. Only if the items are pulled for some reason, we would defer them to be heard with the council later.
All right. Is there anyone who wishes to pull any of the items on consent? Mrs. Craven.
I don't want to necessarily pull it, but I do have a question that I think can be answered quickly on item D.
Why don't you go ahead and ask it now, please?
I'm sorry, it's on item E. The biosolids filter belt press. Our contract for the existing belt press that we're renting ends in October of next year. When do we anticipate the delivery of this one if we purchase it?
Right, not an exact date yet, but it'll take several months to order and deliver that. So it'll be in the first half of next year.
It won't duplicate, and yet we'll have it in time for the next season?
We will have it in time, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any other questions on any consent items? Anybody want to remove a consent item? All right, hearing none in that respect, is there a motion to adopt the consent calendar items A through G?
I'll move the select suggested items.
A second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Kildee, a second by Ms. Santangelo. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Director Craven,
Yes.
Director Kildee,
Yes.
Director Mulchay,
Yes.
Secretary Santangelo,
Yes.
Chair Tremblay.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much, Jeffrey. Do we have any comments from staff? Any comments from directors? Hearing none, we'll adjourn this meeting, and the next regular meeting of the Sanitary District Board will be January 13, 2021.
I'll call this meeting of the Camarillo City Council to order. Ask the record to reflect that all council members are present. And are there any amendments to the agenda?
There are no amendments.
Okay, we do have one presentation from the Friends of the Library to the city. Who is speaking on this?
I believe it's going to start with John and then Susan Gary.
Okay. Could we have a report from Mr. Thomas?
Yes, we do have Sue Gary with the Friends of the Camarillo, with the Friends of the Library with us tonight. And at this point, I would go ahead and turn it over to Sue if she's with us.
Thank you, John. Since opening our bookstore at its present location, we've given over $2.5 million in supplemental funds to support the amazing Camarillo Library. These dollars have been raised with the help of Friends Bookstore customers, members of Friends of the Library, and other donors. Besides giving this annual check to the city, in past years, we've directly sponsored the children's summer programs, the Young Adult Book Club, the Chinese New Year's festivities, and the One City, One Book author events. We could not have this major impact on our community without our fabulous volunteers. Friends of the Library is an all-volunteer, community-based nonprofit founded in 1974. The Friends Bookstore is run by a hard-working group of over 100 volunteers who collectively average over 1,500 volunteer hours per month pre-COVID. It's my pleasure to represent Friends of the Camarillo Library this evening and present the city with this check for $85,000, predominantly raised between November 1, 2019 and mid-March 2020.
Thank you very, very much.
You're so welcome.
Friends of the Library have been tremendous supporters of the library. They have given us a total of, I don't know.
It's over 3 million.
That's what I was thinking. I was going to say millions of dollars. And this money is used to buy books and other materials for the library. It doesn't go to operations. It doesn't go to the building fund or anything like that. It goes straight into materials that we use and the people can enjoy. So on behalf of the residents of Camarillo, thank you very, very much for this donation.
It's our pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is the consent calendar. Are there any items that anyone would like to pull from the consent calendar?
Madam
Here,
Mayor,
Greg? Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Mulchay, I saw your.
Not a poll. I had a quick question on one item, and that was item N, as in Nancy, FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. I want to just make sure that this might be best directed at Dave, that in applying for this grant, this would not in any way negatively affect any potential outcome if the city were to apply to the FEMA grant program for the what we were discussing in the past, the microgrid. Yeah, microgrid.
I don't believe so. This item actually, I believe, I'm not sure if it was Carmen or Roger put this one together for the seismic retrofit. But my understanding is it's completely separate and will not have an impact on our other grant applications that are in for the microgrid projects.
Okay, thank you.
It looks like it might be John Frazier who prepared this report.
Yes, John Frazier prepared the report, and the comment is confirming Mr. Klotzel's comment. It would not have any interference or any impact on other FEMA applications.
Okay, Mr. Tremblay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had some questions on item R on the Camarillo Ranch Foundation. I don't know whether you want to pull it and talk about it later, or whether or not you want me to go ahead with my questions now.
If you have more than one question, why don't we pull it and put it under City Council?
If I could respectfully suggest, let's pull it and put it under City Council.
Okay. Let me get that written in. That will be item B under City Council after the Clean Power Alliance item. Okay.
I have
Is
one
that
more.
it, Mr. Tremblay?
That's it. Thank you.
I have one if you would, Madam.
Mr. Kildee?
Yes, I don't need this pulled. Just a question. It's on consent item U, as in ukulele. Just a question, with this expenditure of funds, would it's going to be like getting a new traffic light there? And if so, what's the life expectancy of that? If you can answer those questions, I'd be appreciated to the best of your ability.
Sure. Yeah, the bulk of the work is what you don't see is underground. And, this signal's been in place for years. I think a question came up one time before, and it's probably at least 50 years old, I think. And that's about life expectancy of the underground conduit and wiring. Depends on conditions, right? Exists groundwater and that kind of thing. So this project is totally rewiring new conduits and wiring because the existing is corroded and are failing more than what's acceptable. So it's basically redoing the wiring that's underground. It does include the relocation of a few things above ground to accommodate upcoming replacement of the concrete curb ramps to meet current ADA standards. So the existing poles and signal heads and lights themselves, the color lights will remain. Those will not be new. But essentially the inner workings and the important wiring to make everything happen will be replaced.
Is that all, Mr. Kildee?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item R?
I'll move the approval.
There's a motion by Mrs. Santangelo.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Mulchay. Okay, could we have the vote, please, Mrs. Clerk?
Councilmember Kildee,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulchay,
Yes.
Mayor Craven.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, next item on the agenda is under City Council, the Clean Power Alliance default tier rate. Could we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Your Honor, council members. Give me a moment here and I will share the PowerPoint. Okay. So the item before you tonight is to discuss options regarding the current Clean Power Alliance default rate product for Camarillo residents and businesses. Community Choice Energy, also known as Community Choice Aggregation, is a program that allows local government agencies and joint power authorities to procure clean electricity for individual customers within their community. So what is CPA? CPA is a nonprofit entity that was formed through a joint powers authority. The JPA is made up of 32 public agencies across Los Angeles and Ventura counties collaborating to bring affordable, clean energy to our communities. To launch, CPA was granted a $10 million loan from Los Angeles County, which has been fully paid off as of September 2020, making CPA now operating debt-free. CPA procures, sells clean power to and sells clean power to individual customers, while Southern California Edison remains responsible for the transmission and distribution of the electricity billing and resolving electricity service issues. CPA member agencies have the option to procure renewable energy from one of the 3 renewable energy tiers, also known as rate products offered by CPA. Each tier represents the amount of energy content generated by renewable sources, such as solar, wind, bioenergy, geothermal, and hydroelectric, all these at competitive rates, which helps communities achieve their climate action goals and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. On September 16th, 2018, CPA became the default electricity provider for residential customers within the city of Camarillo. The CPA default rate product elected by the city council provides 36% renewable energy content for residential customers within the city limits. Not too long after that, in May 2019, CPA became the default electricity provider for commercial customers within the city of Camarillo. The CPA default rate product elected by the city council at that time also provides 36% renewable energy content for commercial customers within the city limits. It's important to know that CPA provides 36% renewable energy at a 1 to 2% cost savings relative to Edison's base rate. Edison's base rate being $122.93 on average. Residential and commercial customers were automatically enrolled in CPA unless the individual customer affirmatively opted out to a different rate product. For example, clean or green, or opted out of CPA service completely. On February 12, 2020, Vice Mayor Santangelo respectfully requested staff to prepare an agenda item for the City Council to consider options to change the city's existing default rate product. Not too long after her request, due to the pandemic and change in executive management forthcoming, Vice Mayor Santangelo later advised staff to table her request until an executive team was in place. Moving on to November 18th, Vice Mayor Santangelo at the time requested staff to prepare a staff report for the City Council to consider options to change the city's default rate product in time to meet the CPA's deadline, December 31st, 2020. Let's see here. The table before you here demonstrates the average monthly bill impacts residential customers could anticipate should the City Council elect to change the existing default rate product to clean or green. Under the current lean power rate option, the first column, residential customers receive an estimated cost savings of 1%. Moving over to the second column, the clean power rate option, which most residential customers would see a nominal cost increase of about 1%, depending on the customer's current rate tier and energy consumption. Under the green power rate option, the third column, residential customers can anticipate an 8% cost increase, depending on the customer's current rate tier and energy usage as well. On the next slide, we'll get into the commercial customers and the average monthly impacts to them. So this table demonstrates the monthly bill impacts commercial customers can anticipate should the City Council elect to change the default rate product to clean or green. Under the current lean power rate option, commercial customers currently receive an estimated cost savings of 1 to 2%. And under the clean power rate option, commercial customers would see a nominal cost increase of approximately 1% from their lean power rates, depending again on the customer's rate tier and energy usage. Now, if we move over to the commercial green power 100% renewable energy content column, customers can anticipate about a 9% increase depending, again, on the customer's current rate tier and energy usage. Okay. This table shows the city's existing annual cost as well as the cost impacts should the city council elect to opt up to clean or green power. The first column, 36%, shows the city's estimated annual electricity cost for a combined 218 facilities and traffic signal lights accounts served by CPA. While currently enrolled at the lean rate product, the annual electricity cost is $182,400. The city's annual cost savings, shown in red, is approximately $1,400 or 1%. The second column, clean power, shows that the city's annual cost would, should the city council elect this default rate tier product, would increase to 183,800. So an increase of about 1,400 or 1% over the 36% lean power product. And then we move over to the third column, the green power. This demonstrates what the city's annual costs would be should the city council elect this default rate tier product. Under this scenario, the city's total annual cost would be $196,000, which is a cost increase of approximately $13,600 or 7.4% over the existing total estimated annual cost of $182,400. Now, the cost benefit of opting up to clean or green power is that the customers will be procuring cleaner energy, thereby reducing their environmental impacts and greenhouse gas emissions. Oh, sorry about that. So the customer notification process, should the council decide to change the city's default rate product for residential and commercial customers, the CPA would work with staff to develop and disseminate 2 customer notices. There would be one notice 30 days prior to the change going into effect, and then the second notice would go out 30 days after the change has gone into effect. So customers who elected to opt out during the first transition from Edison to CPA will not need to elect to opt out again. Here's just a sample notice prior from another city showing the notification prior to the change, and then just letting them know what they can do if they want to opt out, what the impacts are going to be, what the costs are going to be if the city were to move up to whether it's clean or green, and what their choices are if they decide that they do not want to, if they don't want to stay with the default, they can opt down, or they can opt out completely, up to the customer. And then here's a sample notice post change in default rate product. And just keep in mind that these are 2 notices, but the city will also supplement by providing information in CDC newsletter, Facebook posts, and other social media resources that we have available to us, should the council decide to make a change. And so the suggested action tonight is for the city, staff is seeking city council direction on the following options. One is to take no action. The second is to direct staff to notify CPA to change the city's current energy default rate product from lean to clean. And if that should happen, the date that this would go into effect would be October 1st, 2021. And the third option is for city council or to direct staff to notify CPA to change the current default rate product from lean to green effective October 1st, 2021, and direct staff to work with CPA on the notification process. That concludes my presentation, staff's presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. And we also have Ted Bardicke, the CPA CEO, available for questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, first we will take questions from the council. And let's see, I don't see, need to see council members here. There we go. Do any council members have a question?
I have a question.
Sure.
It sounded like Mr. Kildee.
Yes.
I don't see your picture here, but
Okay.
go ahead.
Am I ready? Okay. Roger, do we know Edison's default rate? In other words, do we know how much renewables that Edison is providing at this particular point?
Yeah, so Edison, they also have at the lean rate 36%. So they're basically providing the equivalent of what the CPA is providing, but the difference is that the CPA's cost it's cheaper for the resident. So you're getting the same amount of clean energy from CPA, but at a lesser cost than you would with Edison.
Okay. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Tremblay.
Yeah, Mr. Pichardo, do you happen to have on the PowerPoint a copy of the joint rate comparison matrix that you sent to me?
Sure, I can share that with you.
Oh, I think the whole council should see that. Okay.
Here we go. So the top table set forth before you is the residential, and it shows a joint rate comparison. So Southern California Edison, if you can see the arrow here that I'm pointing in this first column under SCE, that's essentially the 36% equivalent to CPA's 36%. So you can see that Edison's average monthly bill is $122.93 compared to CPA's $121.88.
Mr. Pichardo?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So if you're looking at this and you assume a monthly usage, an average monthly usage of 533 kilowatt hours, with current rates effective as of October 1, it appears to be that CPA's clean power for 50% renewable on a monthly basis is actually less than Edison's 36% rate. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's the only question I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay, are there other questions? Mrs. Santangelo.
If we opted not to make a change this year, what's the difference between changing default next year? Is there any difference?
As far as timing, so if we were to not make a change this year, we would have to wait another year to make a change.
And is there any cost to customers opting up or out or down at that point?
So customers can opt out, customers can opt up at any point in time. So it's their choice. And that was initially, when the city council originally decided to join the JPA, part of it, there was 3 reasons why. One was local control. The other one was it gives the consumers a choice and it provides competitive rates.
Okay, and then well, maybe Ted can answer this for us. If other cities that have changed their default rate to a higher level of renewables, have they seen people in those communities opt out because of the change?
Thank you, Councilmember Santangelo. We had 2 cities that are currently went through a default change in October of 2020. So they're 2 months in. We've seen 1 or 2 billing cycles. We've had 3% of the customers that had their rates changed do something. 2.5% of them opted down. so to the cheapest rate, essentially, and 0.5% of the customers opted out. So essentially, people are following what their city leaders have done.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, I just want to revisit the subsidy for low-income customers and just clarify that the subsidy is only available if the customer is at the 100%. Is that's correct?
Yeah, so that's correct. I mean, there you have a number of customers, actually about 17% of your residential customers are on a discount rate right now, Care, Fair, or medical baseline. So they would not be impacted by a change if you went to 100%. If you went to lean power, they would, those customers who are currently receiving a 30% discount would see a 1% rate increase. And if they didn't do anything, they, of course, just like everybody else, have the option. But that is why you see on this matrix that there's actually two 100% green rates. One is for default cities, and you'll see that it's slightly higher, and that is to fund the internal subsidy that we make to provide them still with 100% green power, but at the clean power rate. And again, that's about 17% of your residential customers currently fall into that category.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Tremblay.
Yeah, I have an additional question.
Yes.
Mr. Pichardo, do you have a PowerPoint that shows the opt up, opt down, and opt out rates? I know you provided me with a matrix with that information. Do you have a PowerPoint that shows that?
Sorry, I can help Roger out here. Maybe I do if I can share my screen.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Bartleby. I want to focus first on Camarillo's, just asking a couple questions about Camarillo's opt-out rate.
Sure.
And then
it says I can't
talk about some of the other jurisdictions.
Okay, so it says I can't while some other participant is sharing. So maybe.
Well, maybe that's something that we, Madam Mayor, maybe that's something we could come back to if Mr. Pichardo, in the meantime, if we go to public comments, maybe in the meantime, he could come back with that later.
Certainly, we'll come back to that. Do any other council members have any other questions before I go to public comments?
I have a question.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, can you briefly explain to me the criteria for the subsidy? What is the criteria for that?
Sure. So there's a number of criteria. They are CARE and FARA are income-based criteria, and they're generally a percentage of the federal poverty line. But most customers, in fact, over 90% of the customers qualify because they're receiving some other form of public assistance. Usually they have children enrolled in free lunch, which or reduced price lunch, which automatically makes you eligible for the program. But if you're getting SNAP or any other sort of public benefit, that automatically qualifies you. And that's the way most customers get qualified. The medical baseline is if you are, it's not an income-based program. It's a program where if you are required to have electric-powered medical equipment in your home, you get a reduced rate for public health reasons.
If I may follow up, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Do you have any data on senior citizens?
I don't, because we don't have like the age of our customers. You know, I know anecdotally that most of the people on medical baseline are senior citizens, but I don't know within the income-based programs the age of the customers. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions by council members? Okay, if any member of the public would like to speak to us, please raise your hands. I see 3 hands raised right now. But please raise your hands and I will call on you in the order in which we recognize the raised hands. The first hand I see is Robert Perry. Before you start, let me say that each of you will have 3 minutes. At the end of 3 minutes, we would like you to stop your comments. There are quite a few people I see who have raised their hands, and we want to give each person time. The first person is Robert Perry.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor and members of the council, my name is Robert Perry, and I'm here this evening to urge the City Council to formally adopt 100% renewable energy as the default rate option with the Clean Power Alliance. Setting the default rate at 100% renewable creates a pathway to drastically cut pollution while also increasing local energy independence and resilience. Research shows that setting the default at 100% results in a much higher level of participation than if set at a lower tier. And industry studies reveal that the public overwhelmingly supports investment in renewable energy and is willing to pay more for it. Finally, the default option is not a rate hike or mandate, and customers are always free to choose another plan. Camarillo is not alone in making this historic decision. Unincorporated Ventura County and the cities of Ventura, Oxnard, Ojai, and Thousand Oaks have all elected the 100% renewable energy default rate, and there is political readiness and support across party lines. For example, in the city of Ventura, all 7 council members, 3 registered Republicans, 3 Democrats, 1 independent, voted unanimously for the 100% renewable default rate. Customers want cleaner energy, and supporting cleaner energy is politically popular. Low-income customers can also participate in the 100% plan at no additional cost. The power outages in August and winds that caused this week's preemptive power shutoff remind us of the new normal. Developing local resources in anticipation of planned and unplanned power outages offers us energy security and multiple economic benefits in the form of outside investment, good-paying jobs, and taxable revenue. The Clean Power Alliance is currently moving forward with 1,200 megawatts of new renewable projects and 686 megawatts of new battery storage. These projects will create more than 2,500 construction jobs and over $1 billion in investment. By choosing the 100% renewable option, Camarillo will send a strong signal regarding its commitment to actively participate in these programs. The decisions we make today will determine our energy future. Camarillo has an incredible opportunity to join the rest of Ventura County and help lead the way to a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable tomorrow. Thank you for your consideration of this important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Now that we have the clock on the screen, I will explain that you have 3 minutes. When we get down to 1 minute left, you will see a yellow square, and after the yellow square, it will turn red when your 3 minutes are up. Matt Lorimer is the next person.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Madam Mayor and City Council and the people of Camarillo, tonight it's about facts and it's about a lack of all the details. So let's start by this. We're in a pandemic. Everybody has working less hours. They're struggling. They're going to see higher taxes. This is going to go on probably into 2021. 2 things were left off this whole study. What were people paying for their energy in 2019 versus 2020? Because more people at home. That's the first question. Number 2 question, which was left off this whole entire thing, if you think about this, is people are not driving. They're not going anywhere because the restaurants are not full. Retails are down. Basically, people are not driving. So when we say clean energy, we are in the current cycle. That's a fact that has been left off this whole conversation. People are already contributing less, and the environment is cleaner because the restaurants are not open. They're down 60% or more. Shopping is down. People are not going to places. Zoos are shut down. Parks are shut down. So why isn't that factor part of this decision tonight? Why was that left off? What is the percentage? How much cleaner are we living now if you look at that evidence, which was not brought forward? And so when you look at that and you look at the fact that you're not even comparing 2019 to 2020 bills, people are staying home more, they're going to get a higher increase anywhere you go. And I don't think it should be done. This is nothing more than a tax increase. You've cut your budget because you have less revenue. People are struggling in economy. So the question is simple. Why? Why in the world would anybody increase taxes on society when people are struggling? This makes no sense why this is even on a city council thing, because you've left the most two important things that there have not been answered. Nobody's driving anywhere. So you're already helping to have a cleaner environment. I mean, these are very serious things here. You don't raise taxes on your citizens, and this is nothing more than a tax increase. And the idea you're going to throw green energy and green power, well, guess what? You're already cleaner. The citizens are not going anywhere. So that has not even been talked about. And where is the data to show it? You've already know that restaurants are closing, that people are traveling less everywhere. So I hope you really use some logic, because there's a lot of missing facts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. The next speaker is John Kapoka.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Craven and members of the City Council. I'm John Kapocha, former mayor of Sierra Madre, and I encourage you to change your default to 100% renewable power. As you've heard, Sierra Madre joined the Clean Power Alliance with a lower level of renewable power, but has since converted to 100% renewable. What I didn't understand when Sierra Madre first joined was that inertia inhibits the lack of movement for customers to opt up or down. The data shows with remarkable consistency with all CPA members. Very few will opt up, down, or out. I asked many constituents about their own personal choices. It was surprising to me that supporters of aggressive action to address climate change would never get around to personally making the change to opt up to 100% renewable power. After discussion, they typically expressed embarrassment over their lack of action. I learned from this. I am personally alarmed by the evidence that climate change is largely a result of CO2 emissions. So as a community leader, I was compelled to act on the unique opportunity to prevent thousands of tons of CO2 from entering the atmosphere by proposing a change to Sierra Madre's default. I explained it to my constituents this way. I believe climate change is a serious threat to our well-being. If you believe that also, the small increase in rates is a small price to pay to be part of the solution. If you don't believe that climate change is a threat, or you can't afford the small increase, then all I'm asking you to do is to take 5 minutes, pick up the phone, and opt down. I got very little pushback. When you think about it, it's really hard to argue that having to make a 5-minute phone call is a terrible injustice or inconvenience. In February, the Sierra Madre City Council voted to convert to 100% renewable, and the opt-down rate has been minimal, even after a thorough campaign to ensure our residents understood their options. And I've received 0 complaints. This is easy to do, and your action will be incredibly significant. There is nothing else any of you can possibly do as individuals to remove thousands of tons of CO2 from the atmosphere. If Camarillo makes the change, you're adding to the growing momentum of cities opting up to 100% renewable, and your actions will encourage others. I urge you to make a difference by exercising leadership with this unique opportunity to help the planet and humanity. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Kapocha. The next speaker is Eric Bershinger.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Hi. Okay, hello. My name is Eric Bershinger. I am 19 and I've lived in Camarillo my entire life. I'm studying environmental science in college, and I run a small organization called the Sustainable Camarillo Initiative. The Camarillo City Council must transition our energy default to 100% renewable energy through the Clean Power Alliance. Our current rate is 36%, but that is not enough. As Californians, we often lead the way on innovation for the entire world to follow. Here are the reasons we must move to 100%. First, let's talk about the facts that climate change is warming our planet. The science is clear. Humanity's burning of fossil fuels is causing the Earth to warm. This warming also makes our local wildfires more devastating and more frequent. These fires wreck our wildlife, our tourism, and destroy our homes. How could we willingly contribute to this problem when we have the option not to, when we have the resources at our fingertips? In California, solar and wind are abundant. There is no reason not to take advantage of what we have. Like I said before, I'm 19. Chances are my generation and myself will take the brunt of the climate crisis. Decisions like this that you're making today affect my future and my generation and generations after me and my children. Next, the financial argument. Costs will hardly increase with the clean energy tier, and taxes won't necessarily go up either. Also, individual buyers have the option to opt out, as we've been discussing, if they go to the CPA's website. Plus, low-income households may also qualify for a program that covers increased costs with 100% renewables, also on CPA's website. Clean energy also generates more jobs and wealth than other energy sources. It would actually help the local economy to switch to 100%. In 2019, clean energy employed 144,000 Californians, while it only made up 32.3% of our electrical grid. Renewables provide far more good-paying jobs than fossil fuels or even hydroelectric. So if we switch to 100% green energy, we increase the demand for solar and wind and therefore increase their capacity, which creates more jobs and helps the economy recover from COVID. For these reasons, I am asking you to please transition our default to 100%, as it is our moral obligation and it is long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tiffany Lewis.
Good evening, everyone. Tiffany Lewis. I'm a resident of Camarillo. I just want to remind the council and everyone who's listening this evening, when we had this discussion approximately 2 years ago, the default rate of 36% was chosen because we weren't really sure what the rates would look like as time went by. Now, 2 years later, we can see that those rates have been stable. I opted up to the 100% default rate, and I can tell you that on average, my bill is no more than $10 more. We have 3 working adults that live in my household. We use a lot of electronics. I have an active 10-year-old who uses a lot of electronics, and it costs me no more than 2 Starbucks drinks a month to use 100% clean energy default. I thought it was an interesting point that 17% of our citizens would be able to receive 100% clean energy at no additional cost. That's almost 20% of our residents who would be able to participate in this program and contribute to cleaning our environment. Camarillo cares about our environment. Mr. Tremblay and Mr. Kildee, both of you sat on a forum with me a few months ago and spoke to how you felt that Camarillo can do better, and I believe that you believe that. And I would really hope that the both of you would uphold that promise to our citizens. I already know that Council Member Santangelo and Molche agree with that, and Mayor, I hope you do as well. The thing to remember is that people can opt out of this. This matters to people in Camarillo. We are one of the only cities now in the county that is not opting for a higher rate. If we want to be leaders, then we need to choose 100% clean energy. Our families depend on this and our futures depend on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Angus Simmons.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable members of the council. Full disclosure, I'm a member of the Clean Power Alliance's Community Advisory Committee, which is a non-compensated volunteer service. Look, climate change is real. We all see fire. We know about emissions and air quality and asthma and lost school days and lost work days. A simple statistic is that in the last decade, we have seen, I'm sorry, I can't put my, anyway, we have seen an 8-fold increase in the last decade of insurance losses related to weather. Now, the private sector is already focusing on climate change. 200 of the world's largest companies are on a path to net zero emissions. Walmart, Amazon, AT&T, Apple, Starbucks. Amazon is on path to powering company operations with 100% renewable energy by 2025. Apple is corporate emissions are already at net zero, and they want to get there for their whole supply chain by 2030. 70 suppliers have already committed to use 100% renewable energy for Apple production. So it would be a great talking point for our business development officer to be able to brand Camarillo as a 100% green tier city. Branding and reputation are important both for corporations and cities. There's a reason why 14 out of 32 of CPA's cities have already opted to be 100% tier cities. Why our neighbors Oxnard and Thousand Oaks are already 100% tier cities. Why 100% of why the county is already at 100%. If as a city we're thinking about decarbonization and climate action and want to be a leading city in the US, a best city for living, this is all going to be part of the conversation. Joining at the 100% tier is the single greatest decision a city like ours can take in order to meet the reduction of greenhouse gases earlier than state targets. And several speakers have already mentioned that 17% of our FARA medical-based residents will get the benefit at no additional cost. We're not forcing anybody to pay more. Anybody can opt out or opt down, but you will be branding our city as one that is looking forward into the future. I strongly urge you to think about voting for.
Your time is up, Mr. Simmons. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Allison Lucas.
This is Michelle Ellison. Can you hear me?
Michelle, I'm sorry. Yeah, I skipped you. Yes, Michelle Ellison. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. I was just unmuted, so I figured it was maybe my time. Well, good evening, Council. I'm Michelle Ellison. I serve as an alternate director for the City of Ojai on the Clean Power Alliance Board. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. As you may recall, I came to your council chambers 2 years ago, urging you to enroll in 100% green power at that time. But CPA was brand new and hadn't yet been launched, so understandably, some of you had concerns about the uncertainty of it all. Well, fast forward to today, and CPA is up and running and proven viable. Initially, 10 of the 32 member agencies had opted for 100%, and that number has since grown to 14, with others still considering it as you are tonight. Local elected leaders are recognizing their duty and responsibility to take action locally on the global climate crisis. The 100% green power default is the single most significant action you can take to dramatically reduce emissions in Camarillo, making it easy and cost-effective for your roughly 70,000 residents to participate in clean energy and be part of the solution. As has been mentioned, 5 communities in Ventura County enrolled in 100%, which means our county is now leading the country with the most people, approximately 500,000, powered by renewable energy. Those municipalities include Oxnard, Thousand Oaks, County Unincorporated, Ventura, and Ojai. We are demonstrating that the clean energy future is already here. As has also been mentioned, low-income customers benefit from the 100% product at no extra cost, and everyone else is able to easily opt down. CPA works closely with member agencies to communicate and inform residents and businesses of their options. And the change won't go into effect until next October, allowing ample time for you to plan for it and do the adequate community outreach. I recently read about your approval of a solar plus battery storage project for municipal facilities, which is really fantastic. That kind of forward-thinking initiative greatly benefits our communities. So thank you, Councilmember Mulchay and Councilmember Tremblay, for your leadership on that, and the rest of council for unanimously supporting it. The more renewable energy and storage we develop, the more resilient we become. Communities and Clean Power Alliance like Camarillo have the opportunity to fast track this transition by enrolling in 100% green power. In closing, no time will ever seem like the ideal or perfect time, but I'm not aware of any of the now 14 cities that have regretted their decision to go to 100%. In fact, more and more cities are enrolling because it's been well received by customers and the emissions reduction impact is so great. The upsides far outweigh any potential downsides. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Allison Lucas.
Thank you, Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Allison Lucas, and I am a citizen in Camarillo and attend school at Cal State Channel Islands. I'm here today, like many others, to voice my concerns regarding the environment and energy that is sustainable for life in Camarillo. I truly believe that it is in all of our best interest to take action and raise the clean energy default level to 100% clean energy. During the Woolsey fire in 2018, the first fire that I can remember seeing blazing from my backyard, I got a phone call from my father telling me to drive home, pack a suitcase of everything I would need to evacuate, and be prepared to leave home. Luckily, our house did not burn down, but for many others within the Ventura County area, these fires destroyed and continue to destroy everything that they have. Switching to 100% clean energy by default will not be able to automatically fix the damage done or reverse climate change, but it will certainly help. Soon, we will have no choice. The future will not run on coal and fossil fuels, it will run on renewable energy technology. I want to see Camarillo as a leader, not as lagging behind. I hope that you will find it in your hearts tonight to make the choice that will benefit not only my generation, but every generation that is to come after me. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Melissa Henry.
Hello.
Yes.
My name is Melissa Henry. I live in Camarillo and have lived here since 1979. I always considered Camarillo to be a leader in trends that would help all of humanity, that cared for all of its citizens. I am urging Madam Mayor and all the City Council people to vote to take us to 100% renewable energy. The climate is changing. The wildfires are raging. You have heard it from repeated people here. We need to be the leaders. We need to look to the future and look to clean energy sources. So please, I urge you to vote us to 100% renewable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's all of the speakers. So we will come back to the council. And I'm going to start the conversation with Councilmember Santangelo because she and I were on the committee and because on the Utilities Committee and because she's the one who asked us to consider this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to tell everybody that spoke tonight and that have sent in their emails that I really appreciate hearing from you. I appreciate your passion and I appreciate how much you care about humanity and the future and the health of our climate and our abilities as humans to continue to live in a climate that is changing. You know, 2 years ago, well, it was more than 2 years ago, but I did sit at the council meeting before I was on the council and listened to the discussion about which rate to opt into, to make the default at that point. And much of the discussion was about the uncertainty of CPA and the uncertainty of rates and basically the uncertainty. And now that I am much more involved now that I'm on the council and now that I sit on the board of CPA. I think that uncertainty has been reduced to almost nothing in terms of the viability of CPA and what it's doing. And it's more than just providing renewable energy. It's creating jobs. It's funding projects that are helping the economy of our communities. I wanted to point out that we've received a number, I did not count them this time, but we received a large number of emails. And I haven't received a single one or received any comments in any other way against going to 100%. That speaks pretty loudly to me. I know that Mr. Lorimer talked about some issues. This is not a tax. Yes, we're not driving, but that's temporary. The pandemic it better go away. We are going to get back to being in our cars and eating at restaurants. And we're talking about the future forever, not just what's going to happen in the next 3 or 4 months. And the plain fact of the matter is people can opt out. I think what Mr. Capocha said was really telling, and how, this is really about inertia and what default means. Camarillo is a pretty well-to-do community. Yeah, we have 17% of our residents that are low income. But we also have quite a few of our residents that are able to afford the 100%. And so if the default is 100%, what that does is that keeps those people at that can afford it at the 100%. And the people who are really hurt by it can opt down, and those 17%, it's being subsidized anyway, so it doesn't even change their bill. One of the things I heard tonight that really struck me was that my generation will take the brunt of the climate crisis. And that is true. And their children and their grandchildren and so on. And I really believe that as an elected official, faced with this decision, this is one of the most effective things we can do to help reduce carbon emissions. I know we're in a pandemic. I know things are hard right now, and I get that. But if we're going to talk about power and electricity, there are plenty of people that have so many lights on their houses. I love them, but that certainly affects an electric bill. And I think if we're in a community that can afford to do that, then I think that making the default at 100% isn't that much of an ask when it's easy to opt out. I also think a number of callers made the comment about Camarillo being a leader. And I've always come into this role wanting to take us into the future and wanting Camarillo to be a city that innovates and that keeps up with the future and that looks to the future and plans with the future in mind. I think that if we want to attract businesses here, especially as Mr. Simmons mentioned and talked about Amazon and some of the other big companies that are pledging to get to net zero. This is not like a minority of businesses. This is not some fringe movement. This is something that the entire globe is moving towards. And we're seeing it right now in our county with the number of cities that are opting up to 100%. And if we want Camarillo to continue to lead, to continue to be a city that other people look at and say, I want to be like that city, to continue to be a place where people want to live and move their businesses, then we need to be that leader. We need to be a leader that says we are looking towards the future. We do care about future generations. We care about our children that are in this town right now that are going to grow up and deal with this problem if we don't do something. And this isn't a little something. This is a big deal. This is a really big deal. So that's where I stand. Those are my comments.
Any other council members? Comments? None?
Any comments? Would you like to start?
Mr. Kildee?
Would you like us to start with the comments at this point? I didn't know if there was anybody else that want to make a comment from the subcommittee or not. And if that's not the case, then we can certainly call.
No, let's go ahead. The mayor speaks last. That's in our policy.
Okay, I just want to make sure there wasn't any comments. I do believe in renewable energies. It's the wave of the future. It's here now. It should be. Climate change is real. There's no question in my mind about that. But I just don't know if this is the right time for this. And let me kind of have a little discussion about this, if you allow me to. When we set the rate at 36%, we had about 9.82% of the folks that opted out on that. And that's a relatively significant percentage. There are senior citizens on fixed income in the city too. Now there's help for them if they qualify, and I totally understand that. Camarillo is a relatively well-to-do city. Most people probably can handle an increase of this, probably without a lot of heartburn, if you will. But I think we need to talk about the timing on this. And yes, it's not going to go into effect until October. We've got quite a lot of time to deal with this here. But we're also coming out of I hope we're coming out of a very significant economic downturn for a lot of people. A COVID crisis that still is amongst us. There's help on the way, hopefully. But we don't know for sure about that. My concern is I want to go to 100%, but I don't know, and I'm not convinced at this particular time that this is the right time to go for 100%. The suggestion that I have is to go to the 50% with the caveat to move closer to 100% after we do that. An 8 to 9% increase is somewhat significant for people that are seeing prices go up, inflation going up, and a lot of things now. So that's my concern. I generally support moving towards 100%, but I would like to suggest that we do it incrementally tonight and do the 50% and then have the next conversation in the future on that.
Okay, next council member.
My thoughts at this time.
Thank you. Other council members have comments? No, Mr. Tremblay.
I'll go ahead. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to a lot of folks who have sent emails to us. And I would say that I've received emails on both sides of the issue. And Ms. Santangelo, we even had in our reading materials for this evening, email on a different side of the issue than 100%. And that was in our reading materials. So I recognize that there's two different ways to think of this. establishing Clean Power Alliance as a community choice energy program was absolutely the right thing for this to do, and it was the right thing for the city to do for a whole variety of reasons that we won't get into. And that was a couple of years ago, and I was privileged to sit on that board for some time prior to Ms. Santangelo. In considering what default tier is appropriate, I think you have to balance some interests. And undeniably, going to 100% renewables is an excellent goal. That's where ultimately we would like to go. I think there are a host of issues associated with getting there for the state of California, but this really isn't the time to talk about that tonight. The trade-off, though, the trade-off is there are many residents in our city who are on fixed incomes, and I represent a number of them who I hear from, who live in my district, in Leisure Village or elsewhere, who are not considered quote unquote income qualified for purposes of low income assistance programs. And you have a material number of seniors who are in that category. So I've got to be very mindful of them, especially in this pandemic. And I also have to be mindful of a significant number of people who right now, as we're sitting here talking, are trying to decide what bills they're going to pay. Am I going to pay my electricity bill? Am I going to pay my rent? What am I going to pay this month? What am I not going to pay? So I have to, and it's not a question of taking down lights. It's a question of what bills am I going to pay? So I have to be mindful of that. The reason I asked Roger earlier if he had the PowerPoint available was to show the opt-out rates. And I guess we don't have that. But if Roger, if you would, Madam Mayor, may I please ask Roger to go back up and put the joint rate comparison schedule back up on the screen, please?
Certainly.
Roger, if you could do that.
Just give him just a second to get it up, if you don't mind.
Sure, I'll do that.
Thank you.
We also do have the other table that you requested available as well.
Oh, okay, why don't you start with that?
Okay.
Let's look at the opt-out rates.
Okay, I'm gonna have Ted Bardicki show that table and walk you through it. Go ahead, Ted.
Can you see that?
Yeah, Ted, this is Tony Tremblay. Is this as of November 24? Because Roger shared a different table with
Yeah,
me.
it's 2 weeks later. So it's what came out yesterday. So it's very, very close.
All right, great, thanks. So just for purposes of comparison, will you just reference what Camarillo's opt-out rate is, please?
Yes, it's here's Camarillo, and the opt-out rate is 9.5%.
Right. And
for residential, and for commercial, it is 9.81.
Right. And echoing and kind of going further on Mr. Capoccia's comments earlier about inertia, can you characterize Camarillo's experience in terms of either opting up or opting down? Is it substantially or materially different than really any of the other entities?
It's if I put it into quartiles, it's probably in the top quartile, maybe bottom, top of the third, bottom of the fourth, top of the third.
But relatively speaking, it would be fair to say that it's still quite low, correct?
Oh yeah, we our highest opt-out rate among cities is our Thousand Oaks and unincorporated Ventura County, and they're in the 15 to 17% range.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Could we see that joint rate comparison schedule, please?
Yeah, I'll let Roger show that. Let me stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Ted.
There we go.
Thanks very much. Madam Mayor, hopefully you can see this other matrix.
Not yet.
Hopefully we will see it.
Okay.
Okay, so Roger, if I'm reading this correctly, with an average monthly usage of 533 kilowatt hours with the rates current as of October 1 of this year, and I'm focusing on the residential, not on the commercial side.
Okay.
On the residential, if they're an Edison customer, on the residential side at 36%, the average is $122.93. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct.
Whereas with CPA, it's $121.88.
Correct.
Okay. And if I'm at 50%, and again, this is all just straight economics. If I'm at 50%, the Edison green rate is at $126.28.
That is correct.
And the clean power 50% renewable is at $122.90.
That is correct.
Is it also correct then to say that CPA's 50% rate or average is less than Edison's 36% rate?
That is correct as well.
It's small, but it's very, I think it's 3 cents, but it is actually less than Edison's 36% rate.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks for showing that schedule. Those are the only questions I have on that schedule. So finishing my comments on this, I have to be mindful of the trade-offs here. Although undeniably climate change is here, we need to take affirmative, active steps on this. I can't support going to the 100% tier because of the adverse economic impact on many people, including constituents that I hear from that will not or are not in quote unquote income qualified, but still are on fixed incomes and would undergo that hardship of an additional X dollars per month. And it's a pretty large amount per month for them. What I can support, and I'm keenly aware of the economic impact of the pandemic, what I can support is taking the incremental step to 50%. And so I'm in agreement with Mr. Kildee on that. And that would be, if I'm reading the staff report correctly, that would be option 2 on page 4. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Tremblay. Mr. Mulchay.
Thank you very much. I think going to 50% at the very minimum is a no-brainer, considering we get far more renewable. We source from far more renewable resources at effectively on par with SCE's base rate. I'm absolutely supportive of that. I'll probably surprise a few people in that I'm more supportive of option 2 at this time than I am option 3 of going to 100%. The idealism in me, the idealist wants 100%, but that kind of smacks up against side financial realities for a little bit to what Mr. Councilmember Tremblay said. Financial realities, especially the ones bearing down right now on a lot of people. I personally chose to drive an all-electric vehicle because I was able to do all the math multiple times and it penciled out. But I don't get solar panels on my house because that doesn't pencil out for me. So as much as I would love to have solar panels on my house, it doesn't make financial sense. I know there's a lot of people who are making that exact same calculation decision. Going to 50% it's nominal. It's not financially burdensome. I understand that when you multiply 100% times 12, and you're getting into about 160 some odd dollars per household. And although I personally don't consider that to be overly burdensome for mine, I know that for a lot of people in Camarillo that still does seem burdensome, particularly right now. I know too many people who are, as of right now, particularly in the restaurant industry, who are unemployed, who don't know when their jobs are going to come back. Most of them are renters. And so I sympathize with them, particularly right now. A little bit to Mr. Kildee's comments of right now the timing is a little bit bad. I agree there. I absolutely do want to revisit this. I think that in some short time we will move to 100%. I think green energy, renewable energy is the future. It is here. I believe in global warming. But when it comes to pursuing alternative energy, I wrote down a short list. Although I know that this is, and someone referred to it as a tax. I wouldn't go that far, but I understand how it's viewed that way, and I'm sensitive to that. But when it comes to other ways of where we can pursue a, say, green agenda, the proposed solar battery microgrid projects that we've proposed, looking at transitioning our public transportation to alternative energy sources, moving our city fleet similarly here in the future, updating building codes to for new construction to include greener renewable energy programmed as a condition, partnering with third parties and promoting and incentivizing renewable energy programs for residences and businesses. These are all things that we can do without necessarily inflicting an additional cost to the individual homeowner and a resident of Camarillo. We can do that with the resources that we have currently available to us right now through a whole host of different programs and resources. So for that, I absolutely approve. My heart is with number 3 and going 100%. My mind and the pragmatist in me supports number 2.
Okay, as mayor, as I said, I go last. I was on the committee with Mrs. Santangelo, and I am the reason it didn't come as a committee recommendation to move to 100% because I didn't agree with that. I don't agree with it because it's not just people who are struggling right now, and there are a lot of people who are employed right now who will be losing their jobs as soon as the holiday season is over and temporary help is no longer needed. But small businesses themselves, the way this state is going and the way we've been lumped in with the rest of Southern California, we might be trying to get out of the large picture for COVID-19 restrictions. But today's paper from state officials certainly didn't indicate they were amenable to that request we've made. I believe that looking to the future, looking through December and into January, our small businesses are going to be struggling even more. And they are struggling right now. I believe there will be a lot of people who will be struggling more. And it might not seem like a lot to all of us, but $10 a month or $120 a year can be a lot for people who are wondering where to put food on the table. They don't necessarily qualify income-wise or any other wise, but they are making either rent payments or house payments. They have a couple of cars a lot of people are making payments on, and maybe a few other things. So I just think I agree that it is not the time. And I do want to point out that anybody can move up. Anybody who wants can move up. If the fear is that inertia will keep those people from moving up, then they're not a true believer in 100% renewable energy, or they're having a financial problem. I believe that the reason we didn't receive more comments on this from people who were not for the 100% is because word got out to all of the CPA supporters and 100% energy supporters who have a loose organization in town, and the other people didn't know it was not going to be on our agenda tonight. I truly believe that. Mr. Lorimer is the exception, but he certainly keeps track of what's going to be on our agendas all the time. And so I don't understand the discussion about wildfires right now. Wherever we get that renewable energy from, it is going to come over the same distribution lines and through the same mechanism of distribution, which is Southern California Edison. And those lines are going to have the same problems for for years to come until there's a different way of distributing the energy. So the lines that are causing the problems are going to remain with us. So to make it short, as I said in the committee, I could go for moving up to 50%. I cannot move up to 100. I cannot support moving up to 100%. Mr. Tremblay.
Madam Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Well, I'll defer to Ms. Santangelo. But I'm
Well,
ready.
after a motion's on the floor, we can have more discussion.
I had my hand up first, but that's okay.
I didn't see. I saw his.
I'll cede to Ms. Santangelo.
Okay, Mrs. Santangelo.
Thank you. I just want to, first of all, I apologize that I didn't see the one email buried in the other 30 that was against. I also wanted to just say that I wasn't trying to imply that people aren't struggling. I've actually been one of those people that had to decide which bill to pay. So I understand that. And as easily as people can opt up, as Mrs. Craven suggested, they can opt down. However, I mean, it's clear where my colleagues stand, and I want to see some progress rather than none. And so I would like to make the motion that we adopt or move to the 50% default rate or default tier. And I heard it from at least 3 other council members, but I'd like to make part of the motion that we do revisit this next year at about the same time so that we hit the deadline. So I would make that part of the motion.
Or maybe even a little earlier.
Sure.
I'll second.
Is there a second? Mr. Tremblay? Mr. Tremblay, second. We have a motion. We have a second. Is there further discussion? Could we have the vote?
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo?
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Molche?
Yes.
Mayor Craven?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay. We have a closed session, but the next item is item R from the consent calendar, the Camarillo Ranch. Mr. Tremblay, do you believe that we could handle this item with your questions in the next 10 minutes or so? Or if you think it's going to be longer, then we will go to the closed session.
The former.
Okay. So the next item is the Camarillo Ranch. Could you tell us what your questions are?
Yeah, I'm in reading the staff report, and I think these are my questions for Ms. Nichols. I'm a little confused on this. The First Amendment to the agreement, I understand about the board's request. I think there's already discretion in the agreement anyway, but I don't mind providing additional discretion relative to events. But I'm confused about the annual audit issue. And particularly when the bylaws, when the committee has asked, or the foundation has asked council's consideration of eliminating the requirement for an annual audit, but that language is not in the bylaws, in the amended bylaws. Can you clarify for us what exactly is the request?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Tremblay and members of the City Council. Mr. David Schlangen is also on the line. He is the board president for the Camarillo Ranch Foundation. On November 19th, city staff met with the committee. Mr. Schlangen was present at the meeting where they were presented the revisions to the current agreement and also the bylaws. One of the requests of the board of directors was the city council's input in regard to the requirement of the annual audit. They felt that perhaps because the financial activities are no longer what they used to be, meaning that the current agreement has transferred the responsibility of the events, the rental of the property for events, and also the financial then revenue on that. With those activities, fiscal activities being reduced, that perhaps the annual audit is not required. This information was presented to the committee, and the committee recommends that the audit continue, that although the CRF is concerned about an additional accounting expense to provide support by pulling and providing information to the auditors regarding its financial activities, so that although that expense is being borne by the Camarillo Ranch Foundation to bring in the accountant, that the activities will be reduced, and therefore that expense, or maybe the need for the accountant may not be necessary, as in the future those fiscal activities will be reduced. So therefore the committee did recommend that the audit be required, and therefore that language remains in the agreement and the audit. So there's no recommendation to change. It's recommended that we continue the audit.
So if I'm understanding it correctly, then the amendment does not delete the requirement for an annual audit in section 2B or section 8, paragraph B, and then it also adds a requirement that the foundation uses generally accepted auditing principles in preparing its annual financials, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so again, and staff recommends then, based on that the council approve authorizing the city manager to execute the First Amendment to the agreement to do just that.
That's correct. So the amendment to the agreement includes a striking out of the words, which are the specific examples of community events listed in section 3 of the agreement. So that would be the significant revision. And so amendment 1 would include the strikeout language. There is no revision to the annual audit, so that would remain intact per the agreement and the bylaws. But there is additional language that is added to the First Amendment and the bylaws requiring the CRF adhere to the general accounting principles.
Okay, and one more question, Madam Mayor, if I may. Ms. Nichols, when do you expect that annual audit then to be performed? What's the timeline on that?
The annual audit typically follows the end of the fiscal year. Mr. David Schlangen is here. I believe the audit for the last fiscal year just occurred. Oh, he can answer that question better.
Yes, thank you, Carmen, and good evening, everyone. As Carmen said, my name is David Schlangen. I'm the president of the board of directors of the Camarillo Ranch Foundation. We are currently near the very end of our audit. The auditors have captured all the information from us that they have required, and coming early next week, we will be going over the final a first draft of the audit, and just to provide any other additional comments that we want to it. So we are looking to be finished up by the audit before Christmas. It probably in the December 21st, I think, is the day when the final audit verbiage will be provided to us.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Schlangen. Ms. Nichols, thank you, Mr. Schlangen. Thanks for your service to the foundation and to the community.
Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, that concludes my questions.
Okay. Does anybody else have questions on this item? Okay. Mr. Mulchay, you and I serve on the committee. Did you have anything to add?
Nope, everything that was said, I think fairly represented our discussion. I think.
Right. Yes.
I'll move the suggested form of motion.
Mayor Craven, I believe you have somebody that would like to speak to this item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Lorimer, could you, you are our speaker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Madam Speaker, City Council, and the people in the community. The Camarillo Ranch has had a lot of problems. So let's remind citizens what's going on out there. They were making $1 million a year. They didn't contribute one dime to fixing that place up. Okay. During that time, when I was there, Mr. Mulchay was there, you were there, they insulted, made very vulgar comments that were very insulting. And then, by the way, Mr. Morgan, who we all know covered up the Fiesta scandal, basically is on that board. Now, he couldn't control didn't seem to understand that his presidents were stealing money. Now, here's the bottom line. You guys have been catering to these people for quite a long time. This board should have been fired. I said it a long time ago that they didn't want to follow rules. They didn't want to follow regulations. They didn't keep that place fixed up. And it seems like every time we turn around, they're coming back. And that's because nobody addressed them and got rid of them. This board continues to show bad leadership. Imagine coming to the city council and telling the residents of Camarillo that we no longer want to audit. Really? You got Mr. Morgan, who sits on that board, who covered up and didn't tell that 2 presidents were stealing money, really? And this whole organization was created by Mr. Little. Mr. Little got in trouble because they were doing grants. His grandson got a grant basically for college. So the point is, this thing has not ever been run right. These people have connections to a lot of people on the city council, some of you. The point is, when is enough enough? I mean, these people should have been fired, but some of you believe in rehabilitation. You can't rehabilitate people who are irresponsible and have showed no leadership. $1 million a year paying people so they can have jobs, not contributing one dime, not maintaining it. You took over all that, and now they show up and don't want to have auditing of funds. I mean, really, it really shows that these people none of them should be allowed to continue. And as a city council, you have an obligation to the citizens. This is a city-owned property. The idea they even submit something like that to the city council is reckless and irresponsible. I mean, some of you should speak up. I mean, really, it's not just saying, I don't agree with it. Do you agree that there's something wrong with this board? Imagine showing up. How many people in a corporate company would show up to a board meeting and say, we're not going to audit the books, and we don't know where it's coming from? Let's use some common sense tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lorimer. Okay, I don't see any more hands. So, Mr. Tremblay, you're going to make a motion?
And Madam Mayor, I move the recommended form of motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
There's a second by Mr. Kildee. Could we have the vote, please?
Councilmember Kildee,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Molche,
Yes.
Mayor Craven.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay. There's one other item on this part of the agenda, but we are going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll go into our closed session. So I'm going to ask the city attorney to explain the reasons for going into the closed session.
Yes, our closed session tonight is, got it there. A conference with real property negotiator. The authority is Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is the former library building that's located at 3100 Ponderosa Drive. The agency negotiators are listed in the agenda. The negotiating parties include Kidstream Children's Museum, and under negotiation are price and terms of payment.
Thank you. I have that it's about 1:15. Let's take a 10-minute break and then we will go in, sign on for our closed session at 5 till 7. And we will recess to closed session. The council will be back in open session at 7:30.
Here we go.
I will call the meeting back to order. Ask the record to reflect that all council members are present, and ask you all to please rise and join me in the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. This evening we have one public hearing. Could we, item A, Environmental Impact Report 27-14 and General Plan Amendment and Change of Zone 331 for Camino Ruiz. Could we have the staff report, please?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Craven. I do believe you want to take public comment.
Take public comment? Public comment?
You're right.
Take
I'm
public
sorry.
comment.
I apologize. I skipped that. This is the time for public comments on items that are on the agenda and items that are not on the agenda. If it's for the public hearing, we request that you make your comments during the public hearing, but we do have one other item coming up after that. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. There will be a clock on the screen. It will have a green light for 2 minutes, and at 1 minute, it will turn yellow, and then it will turn red, and we ask you to stop talking at that point. If there's any member of the public who would like to speak to us on an item that is not on the agenda, please raise your hand. I see 3. The first speaker is Brian Pickrell.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I have top 10 reasons why we should consider whether or not we want to continue developing residential at the southeastern terminus of Adolfo. I'm a resident of the Fairfield neighborhood down at the end of Adolfo. Number 10, the sycamore trees are diseased down here. Dr. Seuss-looking trees drop a lot of dangerous snags and branches in these winds. Number 9, Gulfstream heavy corporate jets fly low overhead en route to Camarillo Airport, KCMA. Number 8, we have frequent accidents into our backyards through the cinder block walls for high school kids stunting. Number 7, this is in fact the designated Adolfo Downs drag race and stunt driving neighborhood. Number 6, we have serious road hazards down here. In fact, we have a 45-mile-an-hour sign just before a dead end, and we have frequent drivers down into the river bottom. Number 5, this is the designated area for people to come light off mortars and fireworks. Number 4, we have a strong homeless population down at this end of the city with RVs and commercial truck traffic 24/7. Number 3, there are no parks within walking distance. Number 2, no crosswalks at all on Adolfo Road down at this end. Number 1, no sidewalks. Who needs them? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is identified as Galaxy 59. I do not show a name. Could you now have the floor.
That's not me. Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear somebody.
It's Matt Lormer. I'm not Galaxy 59, so I don't know who that is.
It says Galaxy S9. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'm Matt Lormer. I'm not. I don't know where that came in from. It's Matt Lormer.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So last city council meeting, the trolley was brought up, and we know who pitched that, Mr. Mike Morgan, and it was pitched to the public and to the community, and basically to help the factory outlet mall over there. Now, recently, we know the university said there's no more funds going to it. The chamber said no more funds going to it. The factory outlet said no way. So this whole route was brought up, and it's free. And remember, we have user fees, and we need to recover the costs. Right now, we recover nothing. Now, the city staff said we'd lose 40% if we start charging. But Mr. Tony Tremblay, the former mayor, brought up a very interesting thing that I think that it should be part of the discussion of the next city council. What was brought up, he said transportation funds are tied to this. Whether they're state or federal, I believe that we should know the percentage, because originally it wasn't pitched. And if the city is using that as a way to keep this going so they can collect money, I think we need the dollar amount. He brought it up, and I noticed no city staff member had a number. So I think we do need a number. We need to know how much money and what percentage.
What does that have to do with the Camino Ruiz development?
Well, look, this has nothing to do with that, because this is public comments. So public comments, this is public comments. Bottom line, basically, is this thing that we want to continue to do, basically on the trolley, is not right. Okay, we're losing money, and it was brought up again by Mr. Tremblay that that somehow that we're getting funding through the state or federal government. So I think we need to know the dollar amount. And again, I think it's very important that it's brought up at the next thing, because I think that is a factor in any decision making. Because if you're only getting 100,000 or 80,000 and it's costing you $300,000 to operate that system, it doesn't make really good sense. So I think that's a missing piece of the factor. So I hope you will consider that as a factor when we start talking about the trolley, because I think it is quite important. And Mr. Tremblay had a good point. If we are getting dollars, we need to know how much. So again, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have no other comments for public. I see no other hands up for public comments. This is for the time for items that are not on the agenda. Is there anyone else who would like to raise their hand and speak? I see no other hands. So now we will go on to the public hearing that I listed before. Could we have the staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Craven. So John Novi, our senior planner, will be presenting this item for staff in coordination with Michael Brown with Cadence Environmental Consultants. So John, I'm going to turn it over to you, please.
Thank you. So the item before you tonight is a Environmental Impact Report 2017-4, General Plan Amendment 2017-1, Change of Zone 331 for Camino Ruiz. The request is for certification of the EIR that evaluated the development proposal plan submitted under review for Residential Plan Development Permit RPD 201 for a 385 unit residential apartment complex, General Plan Amendment and Change of Zone. Note that the RPD 201 will be considered at a future date by the Planning Commission should the EIR be certified and the General Plan Amendment and Zone Change be approved by the City Council. You can see here's the project site. It's at the southeast corner of Verdugo Way and Camino Ruiz. This is the existing general plan. It is industrial, and they wish to change the general plan designation to high density residential, which allows 18.1 to 30 units per acre. The current zoning of the property is limited manufacturing, and the proposal is to change the zoning to residential plan development with a maximum of 30 units per acre. As you can see, here's a close-up of the project site. The two buildings that were formerly on the project site have been demolished. The surrounding area has the Testarobles townhomes adjacent across Camino Ruiz, the Plaza Mission Oak Shopping Center, and several office buildings occupied by county and other office uses. And then on the south side of the project, there are two vacant office buildings. This is an image of the current site from the intersection of Verdugo Way and Camino Ruiz. So description of the project, the environmental impact report is for the 14.17 acre project site. The general plan land use designation of the site would go from industrial to high density residential. The change of zone is from limited manufacturing to 30 units per acre residential plan development. And certification of the EIR approval, the general plan amendment and change of zone will allow for future consideration of the RPD 201 permit for the 385 unit apartment complex. That permit application has been submitted and deemed complete by the city, and it is expected to follow after the city council approves the other permits to the planning commission. So some public outreach that the city has conducted. We have mailed notice to all property owners within a 600-foot radius of the project site, published an advertisement in the Camarillo Acorn, mailed notice to nearby homeowners associations. We mailed additional property owner and resident notification cards up to 3,300 feet from the subject site. We mailed public notices to interested parties, posted to the city's website, Facebook page, and here at City Hall. And there is a sign advertising the public hearing on the project site. A little history to this application. Back in February 22nd, 2017, the application for the general plan amendment was referred for further evaluation by the City Council. On January 24th, 2018, Councilmember Jan McDonald requested that the GPA be brought back for consideration of rescission. That was discussed on the March 28, 2018 City Council meeting and was voted not to rescind by the City Council on a vote for 4-1, with Councilmember McDonald dissenting. On January 29, 2020, the general plan amendment was evaluated at the triennial review by the City Council, and the Council voted 5-0 in favor of allowing staff to continue to process the general plan amendment request. So as you can see here on this slide, this is the proposed site plan for the project. It will consist of 14 buildings. 7 of them will be 3-story, and 7 of them will be 4-story buildings that will have elevator access. They're also proposing to have a recreation center, a swimming pool, a tot lot, and several other amenities throughout the project site. So with a general plan amendment, we want to evaluate the proposal against the goals, the community goals from the general plan. The City of Camarillo adopted community goals to identify concerns for future development, which all general plan amendments are evaluated against. And the following is a brief summary of how this project is consistent with those goals. So there will be a component of public art at the corner plaza at the corner of Verdugo Way and Camino Ruiz that will also include seating and shade structures. This is intended to be a corner park that would attract surrounding business people and residents and be an active place that would be attractive for that corner. They're also proposing to construct new sidewalks along Verdugo Way and Camino Ruiz to promote walkability. And there's going to be a publicly accessible walking and jogging path that goes around the entire project site. The project will be preserving the mature trees along the perimeter of the project site, as well as planting new landscaping for an attractive streetscape. There will be the elimination of a vacant blighted property through the reuse of an infill site as well. In addition to evaluating against the community goals, we also evaluate the general plan amendment request against the general plan amendments. The curb element is consistent as it would be an infill site and not expanding the curb. The proposed high density development would have a density of 27.17 units per acre, which is consistent with the 18.1 to 30 units per acre request. The proposed project will install a traffic signal at Verdugo Way and Camino Ruiz to produce fewer vehicle trips than a potential industrial use of the site. For housing, the proposed project would provide 20 units for very low income and 20 units for moderate income households and provide needed rental units in addition to helping achieve the city's RHNA needs. For recreation, the proposed project is paying a $1.7 million payment to PVRPD to mitigate the impacts on parkland. For community design, the proposed project is consistent with the Heritage Zone design guidelines and will provide public art. And for safety and noise, the proposed project is not in a hazard area and will produce less noise than a project on the subject site that is not subject to a general plan amendment or a zone change. We also evaluated the proposed project against the Economic Development Strategic Plan. The EDSP called Housing Diversification Strategy calls for real estate and community development housing to consider options, including locations, entitlements for accommodating specialized urban housing types attractive to all generations while protecting the quality of Camarillo's established lower density neighborhoods. It's consistent in that the proposal would convert industrial land to land designated for high density residential to facilitate future development of the 385 unit apartment project in an urban setting surrounded by light industrial office buildings and residential townhomes. The proposal also preserves the character of the lower density neighborhoods by preventing encroachment of higher density project in the area that would be incompatible. The for rent project would also provide housing for multiple income levels to attract multi-generational tenants. The EDSP strategy for workforce development calls for the city to prioritize EDSP strategies that focus on creating residential options and employment opportunities attractive to young professionals and technology workers. And the consistency there is that the for rent project will include 5% of the project for very low income households, which is 20 units. And they are voluntarily proposing to include 5% of the project for moderate income households, which is an additional 20 units. The project will have a mix of studio apartments, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units, which will provide entry-level and workforce housing to the city. Additionally, the proximity of the project to Cal State Channel Islands, Point Mugu Naval Air Station, and Naval Base Ventura County will likely provide student and military housing that can lead to the retention of young and educated workforce and housing for military families within the city. With the change from industrial to residential, we wanted to evaluate the existing industrial land uses in the city that are still vacant and available for development should the general plan amendment be approved. There is approximately 228 acres of existing vacant industrial land that would remain should the general plan amendment be approved, which would provide for sufficient future development of industrial uses within the city. As you can see here, these are some proposed elevations of the buildings. On the top left-hand corner is the 3-story buildings, and the bottom right-hand corner is the 4-story buildings that include elements of brick, metal, and varying roof lines and wall planes that are consistent with the Heritage Zone design guidelines. At this point, I would like to hand over the meeting to Michael Brown, the environmental consultant that is working with the city, who prepared the EIR.
Thank you, John. Good evening, Mayor Craven, members of the City Council. It's good to see you all again. And I just want to go through the process from the beginning to where we got tonight and give you the summary of the EIR. So we began the process of evaluating the impacts of the project by preparing an initial study, which was prepared to determine which impacts of the project would be less than significant and which impacts would be potentially significant and therefore subject to evaluation in an EIR. And through that analysis, we identified one potentially significant impact, and that was related to traffic and circulation. The impacts of the project that are determined to be less than significant with mitigation consist of aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, and tribal cultural resources. Those are the ones in the that were determined that in the initial study, and therefore not requiring further review in the EIR. A notice of preparation and the initial study were circulated for public review and input from March 22nd, 2019 through April 22nd, 2019. And the NOP and initial study are included as Appendix A to the EIR. The responses that the city received in response to the NOP are included as Appendix B to the EIR. The city also conducted a scoping meeting for the draft EIR in the City Council chambers on April 9th, 2019, and the written comments that were submitted at that meeting are included as Appendix C to the EIR. And in that in the comments that were received, as well as the input that was received in the public scoping meeting, the primary issue of concern was traffic. So the draft DIR conclusions are that the primary analysis in the draft DIR pertains to traffic and circulation, and that has determined that a significant impact, that the project would significantly impact the future level of service at the Camino Ruiz and Verdugo Way intersection. That intersection presently has two-way stop signs, and that the impact is in relation to the northbound traffic on Camino Ruiz attempting to turn left onto Verdugo Way. The east-westbound traffic does not have any stop. The significant impact would not occur until 300 units at the site are constructed. The mitigation that's identified in the IR requires the construction of a traffic signal at this intersection. An all-way traffic stop with stop signs is not recommended, since it would result in increased delays for the through traffic on Verdugo Way. All other traffic and circulation impacts were determined to be less than significant. The other technical section of the EIR summarizes the conclusions of the initial study and identifies the mitigation measures from the initial study for the project. The EIR also looked at alternatives to the proposed project, and an alternatives analysis is required under CEQA to reduce the significant impacts of a project while meeting project objectives. We looked at a no project alternative. Now, it's important for this project to understand that a no project alternative does not preclude development of the site under the existing industrial land use designation and the existing LM zone. Under these designations, an R&D building of up to 303,395 square feet could be developed, and that would generate 117 more daily vehicle trips, 170 more AM peak hour trips, and 92 more PM peak hour trips than the proposed project. An office building or office buildings of up to 303,395 square feet could also be developed at the site under these existing designations. And those buildings could generate 2,817 more daily vehicle trips, 361 more AM peak hour trips, and 405 more PM peak hour trips than the project. The EIR also evaluated a reduced density traffic alternative. And that one was tailored to evaluating the project to a level before traffic becomes significant. And so that's identified as 300 apartment units. And that alternative would eliminate the need for a traffic signal. However, it would also result in a substantial underutilization of the site compared to the city's adopted plans. And the EIR also discussed alternative sites. And basically those are practical for infrastructure projects where you're trying to figure out, where are we going to put maybe a drainage basin, or where are we going to put new sewer lines or water lines. They're less applicable to new infill projects where an applicant owns a property or has, development prospects for a particular site. So we only look at the impacts for that particular site. The draft EIR was circulated for 45 days from June 26th through August 10th of this year. The city received 17 letters and emails in response to the EIR, and the comments resulted in changes to mitigation measures for biological resources. These comments were submitted by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and we discussed with them and worked everything out and made some minor revisions to those mitigation measures. The comments did not change the conclusions of the draft EIR. The final EIR that's been prepared provides revisions to the text of the draft EIR based on the comments received on the draft EIR, as well as changes directed by city staff and the Planning Commission. It provides the city's responses to the comments received in the draft EIR, and those responses are included as Appendix G to the final EIR. The final EIR also includes the mitigation monitoring program that will be implemented by the city should the project be approved. And that is included as Appendix I to the draft, to the final EIR. There were a couple of primary issues that the Planning Commission had us address and that we also wanted to discuss with you this evening. One of those is with regards to water supply. Obviously, that's always an issue with new developments. And the project site is in the Camarillo Water District, which requires the development to have a no net increase or net zero unmitigated demand on potable, non-potable, and recycled water. The initial study determined that there would be a less than significant impact since the project's proposed total water demand would be supplied utilizing a water master plan prepared by the applicant. Approval and implementation of the water master plan would be required before the project can be constructed as a condition of approval on the RPD permit. That approval would be provided by the Camarillo Water District. And implementation of the water master plan would also ensure that the project would not impact existing water supplies. It should also be noted that a water master plan showing a net zero would also be required if the project was to be developed under the existing industrial and LM designations for the site. So it's not particular to the proposed residential development. And then the other issue here is traffic. The EIR identified potential impacts to traffic in the vicinity of the project site that can be mitigated to a less than significant level with the installation of a traffic signal at Verdugo Way and Camino Ruiz. The traffic signal is part of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and it will be a condition of approval on the future RPD permit for the apartment project to install the signal prior to completion of the 300th apartment unit. The traffic and circulation study completed in 2018 for the initial study included the then entitled but not yet constructed Tessa Robles townhomes, the St. John's Seminary residential development, and build out of the Mission Oaks Business Park. Therefore, it has evaluated cumulative development throughout the area. And an industrial research and development project or a professional office project would not be subject to a GPA or change of zone. And the traffic study concluded that the proposed project would produce less daily and peak hour traffic than the potential uses of the site if it remained industrial and zoned LM. This table here shows the changes or the trip generation that could occur with the proposed project and with the uses that would be permitted under the existing designations for the site: AM peak hour, PM peak, and the average daily trips. And as you can see, the research and development and professional office uses have the potential to generate more traffic than the proposed project. And that's assuming that the site would be developed to under the allowable allocation under the existing designations for the site. Some additional information on traffic is that the applicant's traffic engineer provided a memo on November 23rd, 2020 regarding the traffic and circulation study. And that memo clarifies that the data in the traffic study shows that the level of service at the intersection of Verdugo Way and Camino Ruiz will operate at level of service A with the project build out and the installation of a traffic signal. The memo also states that with a traffic signal that an industrial research and development project would operate at LOSB in the AM and peak hours, and that a professional office would operate at LOSB in the AM peak hours and LOSC in the PM peak hours, which would have greater impact on the level of service at the intersection. And all of that assumes construction of a signal at that intersection for all scenarios. Additionally, the memo had been reviewed by both the city's environmental consultant, that would be me, and the city traffic engineer, and has been determined to adequately describe the future level of service based on the information contained in the study. There were some updates to the EIR. So on November 10th of this year, the Planning Commission discussed the hydrology and water quality, utilities and service systems, and traffic and circulation sections of the draft EIR as they relate to water supply and level of service, respectively. In response to the comments received by the Planning Commission, those sections have been updated with language as directed by the Planning Commission, and with language to provide additional clarity to the impacts of the project. The proposed changes to the draft EIR are attached in the agenda report and will be included in the final EIR if it is certified by the City Council. With regards to the hydrology and water quality and utilities and service systems discussion, those sections were updated to identify that the RPD for the project would be conditioned so that the water master plan for the project would result in no net increase or net zero to unmitigated demand for potable, non-potable, and recycled water. And the traffic and circulation section was updated to identify that the level of service at the intersection of Verdugo Way and Camino Ruiz will operate at level of service A at project build out with the installation of a traffic signal based on the data in the traffic and circulation study prepared for the project. And I would just, before John proceeds, I just want to let you know that following the Planning Commission hearing, the traffic engineer updated the traffic study basically to address some typos that were found and also to incorporate the information that was originally provided in that memo to provide the further clarification in regards to the impacts with the installation of the traffic signal, and also some additional clarification on when it is required and what was recommended at that location there, and that that updated traffic study has been provided to the council in a red folder. And with the changes highlighted for your review. And these clarifications do not alter the analysis or technical information in the report, and it does not change the analysis and conclusions of the draft EIR. Therefore, it does not require recirculation. I would like to just provide a little more information, just so you know, with regards to the requirements for recirculation of a draft EIR. Section 15088.5 of the state CEQA guidelines discusses recirculation of an EIR prior to certification. And a lead agency is required to recirculate an EIR when significant new information is added to an EIR after public notice is given of the availability of the draft EIR for public review and before certification. Significant new information requiring recirculation generally includes a disclosure showing that a new significant environmental impact would result from the project or from a new mitigation measure proposed to be implemented, or that there's a substantial increase in the severity of an environmental impact that would result unless new mitigation measures are adopted that reduce that impact to a less than significant level. And I'm going to quote here one other line from that section of the guidelines here. Recirculation is not required where the new information added to the EIR merely clarifies or amplifies or makes insignificant modifications to an adequate EIR. The changes that were provided in the traffic study, there, once again, just provide that clarification. It does not change any conclusions. It does not change any mitigation. It just provides further clarification. Therefore, pursuant to the state CEQA guidelines, recirculation of the EIR is not required. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So back to the residential plan development permit request. It is currently under review by the city. We have deemed it the application to be complete, and it will be considered by the Planning Commission. If the EIR is certified, the general plan amendment is approved, and the zone change are approved by the City Council. A couple of things that we want to point out that the RPD 201 permit will contain in terms of conditions is the mitigation of the environmental impacts and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program that Michael gave a brief overview on in the environmental section, including the installation of a traffic signal at Verdugo Way and Camino Ruiz. There will be a restriction on any outdoor storage, a requirement to pay any appropriate school fees, a requirement to pay a $1.7 million contribution to PVRPD. They'll be required to coordinate with Camarillo Water District to provide the potable water and sanitation service to the site through the implementation of a water master plan, and coordinate with Naval Base Ventura County regarding a rental agreement disclosure for aircraft noise. Parking is always an issue with new developments, so we wanted to briefly discuss the parking, even though it's not under consideration for the general plan amendment, EIR, or zone change. The municipal code calls for multifamily residential projects that are required to have 1 parking space per studio apartment, 1.5 parking spaces per 1 bedroom, 2 parking spaces per 2-bedroom unit, 1 RV parking space per 5 units, and 2 guest spaces for every 5 units. The site will require 774 parking spaces on site. 260 of those are for residences and an additional 154 for guests. The proposed parking plan shows 193 garage parking spaces, 297 covered parking spaces using solar carports, 56 driveway apron parking spaces, which represents 7% of the total required parking, and 241 open parking spaces, which will include the 154 guest parking spaces. The site plan shows that they're providing 787 parking spaces on site to have a surplus of parking on the proposed site. Additionally, the 2 vacant office buildings to the south require a combined 320 parking spaces, and there are currently 324 parking spaces provided. For the RV parking, the applicant has requested a concession to remove the requirement to provide RV parking. In order to receive that concession, the applicant is providing 5% of the project, which is 20 units, to be restricted to very low income households. Additionally, the applicant has voluntarily offered to provide an additional 5% of the projects, or an additional 20 units, for moderate income households. And it should be noted that the moderate income units do not qualify for any additional concessions. The city received 3 public comments at the Planning Commission hearing. 1 comment was received after the Planning Commission hearing, but prior to the City Council meeting, and we will go over those briefly. Amy Rose spoke in opposition of the project due to traffic concerns. Jackson Piper spoke in favor of the project and encouraged construction of more affordable housing. Kendall Lucine from the Naval Base Ventura County spoke during the public comments to declare that the proposed project would not have an impact on military readiness operations for the base, and identified that the site is within the vicinity of an active military installation in the departure and approach zone for aircraft. Philip Lansdowne submitted a written comment after the Planning Commission hearing opposing the project due to traffic concerns, and requested a continuation of this City Council public hearing for additional time to collect signatures for a referendum. Staff met with Mr. Lucine after the public hearing, and he clarified that Navy Base Ventura County is in support of the project, and that Navy Base Ventura County would coordinate with the city on future conditioning for the residential plan development permit. Staff also contacted Mr. Lansdowne to discuss his comment and explained that the EIR identified that the traffic will have a less than significant impact with the installation of a traffic signal at Verdugo Way and Camino Ruiz. And the request for the continuation of the public hearing is a non-project related issue and is beyond the item being considered by the City Council. So with a project this size, we like to identify the areas that propose to have a public benefit and provide a public good to the city and the surrounding area. This project will provide a contribution of over $1.7 million for park services to accommodate the new residents. It will have a village park with an enhanced corner plaza. It will provide public art at the corner plaza. It will construct sidewalks along Verdugo Way and Camino Ruiz where no sidewalks exist. It'll provide approximately 3,500-foot publicly accessible walking and jogging path around the perimeter of the site. Provide approximately 141,000 square feet of common usable open space, including a tot lot, community center, swimming pool, dog park, and central park with amenities for residents. It will provide preservation and maintenance of the mature perimeter trees. Provide a well-designed project consistent with the Heritage Zone design guidelines, including Spanish tile roofs, stucco, and brick finishes. It will provide solar panels over the carports for sustainability. Provide additional affordable housing within the city available to students and military families consistent with the Economic Development Strategic Plan. It will provide 40 affordable housing units protected as affordable for 55 years. It will provide a mix of studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom rental units. The project will provide housing within walking distance of shopping centers, public transit, and Adolfo Camarillo High School. It will provide housing inventory for the next housing element and the 6th cycle of RENA. The project will produce less traffic impacts on the surrounding community than a research and development industrial use or a professional office use that would not be subject to a general plan amendment or a zone change. I will provide a traffic signal at the intersection of Verdugo Way and Camino Ruiz, provide infill redevelopment of a vacant, underutilized, and blighted property that is serviced by existing infrastructure. It will provide reuse of an infill site that does not convert prime agricultural land or expand the city's curb, and the EIR identifies no significant impacts with mitigation. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on November 10th this year to consider the request for the certification of the EIR, approval of the general plan amendment, and zone change. And at the public hearing, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 in favor of recommending certification of the EIR to the City Council to include the additional language for a net zero offset for unmitigated water demand. The Planning Commission also voted 5-0 in favor of recommending approval of the general plan amendment, and the Planning Commission voted 5-0 in favor of recommending approval of the change of zone. The recommended action tonight is to adopt a resolution certifying the environmental impact report, adopt a resolution approving general plan amendment 2017-1 to change the land use element for the 14.17 acre site from industrial to high density residential, and to waive further reading and introduce an ordinance approving change of zone 331 to change the zoning from limited manufacturing to residential plan development 30 units per acre. That concludes staff's report. We are available for questions. Michael Brown is here. He's the environmental consultant, as well as a traffic engineer, and representatives of the applicant are here for questions.
Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Mr. Nolche.
I'm gonna mute myself. Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of questions prior to. I watched the entire Planning Commission meeting, and I got a lot of my questions answered there. They addressed a lot. I just want to go over a few quick things. One is that part of what we're looking at approving or considering approving is the GPA, but not the RDP. If we were to approve the GPA, what keeps the applicant from thus changing the plan development significantly?
I will let you know that the residential plan development permit application has been deemed complete, and we are anticipating bringing that forward to Planning Commission for consideration shortly after determination on this project is made, if it's made in favor. And the environmental document did analyze the residential plan development permit as proposed before you. And we also have coordinated with the applicant, Mr. Dennis Hardgrave, and the property owner, and their full intention is to build the project as proposed with the residential plan development permit that accompanies the general plan amendment and change of zone applications. So we would not anticipate a bait and switch, and if they were to try to change something significantly, we would put the brakes on and have a lengthy discussion on how that would need to be adjusted back to what we've considered as part of the overall entitlement package with this general plan amendment.
So Joe, the only impact that's identified was the one as related to traffic. And the solution or the way to mitigate that was with the traffic signal there at Camino Ruiz and Verdugo. People, I've gotten some feedback, concerns that people said that with the addition of a traffic signal during certain peak times, the traffic signal could cause further backups through the other traffic signal up Verdugo to the one that's also at Verdugo and Santa Rosa.
Yes.
So would there be synchronization of those traffic signals in order to prevent then backup during peak?
Yes, there would. I'll defer to Mr. Samante, our city's traffic engineer.
Yes, Vice Mayor Moshe, definitely we would have synchronization. It's possible for the signals to communicate with each other so they can operate, and the green times would coordinate so that there would be less congestion and more flow of traffic through the intersections. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And last question I had was in regards to alternatives. With that being currently zoned limited manufacturing, you guys have talked about professional offices or a research and development facility. Would that also include, say, shipping warehouses? That would. Yes,
it could.
The warehousing, I know that's very, very popular. That's only going to grow in popularity.
Yes.
But that would fit. That would be allowed by right under the current limited manufacturing zoning.
That's correct. They could have dock high or depressed docks for your 18-wheelers, trailers, and have a distribution facility that includes truck trips. Okay. And truck trips typically have higher traffic impacts than do automobiles.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that with my family business and the zone that we're in. So I'm very familiar with large trailer trucks. All right, thank you.
Mr. Tremblay.
Madam Mayor, I've got a number of questions regarding the traffic analysis. And I guess my first inquiry of staff is, I've got all the page numbers referenced to the final EIR and to the traffic study, but a lot of those materials were not in our staff report. So I would like to know, for example, if figure 7 on page 54 of the final EIR, whether or not that could be put up on a PowerPoint. That's the figure that shows the intersections that were studied in the traffic study. Is it possible to have a PowerPoint slide put up that indicates those intersections? Because it's going to be a lot easier to follow this line of questioning if we have that.
Jason, do you have that available?
I'm sorry, I do not. I don't have it in a PowerPoint format.
Well, I'm going to go ahead.
I know we could actually have planning staff bring up the document and share the screen on that, Mr. Tremblay, so we can handle that if you give us one moment. John, can you please?
Let me just give you a heads up, Mr. Vaca. What I'm going to ask you to use is figure 7 on page 54 of the final EIR, and then I'm also going to be referring to table 7 on page 59 of the final EIR, which is also exhibit 6 and page 12 of the traffic study. And I have a number of questions coming off of that. I guess, so okay, so this is figure 7 on page 54, thank you. So let me just start off by asking, so is it my understanding, is it correct that there were 9 intersections studied, including what's on this figure as number 2, which is Santa Rosa Road and Los Pueblos Road, and then intersection number 8, which is Camino Ruiz and Adolfo Road?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And one or more of the 9 intersections that were studied were T intersections, correct? So for example.
Yes, that's correct.
Number 4 is a T intersection, right?
Correct. Yes.
And is it also true that one or more of the intersections that were studied are not signalized? So for example, number 8, Camino
Yes.
Ruiz and Adolfo, right?
8 and 9, correct.
Okay. I actually have, my next question deals with table 7 on page 59 of the FEIR, which is the project development trip generation estimates. And I think, you know, while staff is looking for these, Mr. Samonte, maybe I could just ask my questions. When those trip generation estimates are developed, there we go. Wonderful, thanks.
Oh, there you go, yes.
When those trip generation estimates are developed, is that solely a calculation of the numbers of trips? In other words, does it also include where specifically what roads the vehicles may travel, either coming to the proposed development site or leaving the proposed site?
Yes, Councilmember Tremblay, the trip generation is based on the square footage of the development. And that is based on not only the ITE trip generation manual, but also the city of Camarillo has its own standards for trip generation based on our own experience for development within the city. And then there is an assumption made as to where the traffic would go based again on observation and traffic studies. And those are the assumptions, and the trip generation is then plugged into our traffic model software that then computes what the level of service is or the impacts are at the given intersections.
All right, thank you, Mr. Samonte. When you say where the vehicles would go, is there a figure or a table that demonstrates that? Is that the one in Exhibit 6 on page 12 of the traffic study?
Let me verify that for you.
Members of the council, I wish we had this. I'm trying to be very specific in my questions. I wish we had this in our staff report.
Yes, that's correct. This Exhibit 6 does show the assumed trip distribution over the network.
Okay, can we go back to figure 7 on page 54 up on the screen? It's also Exhibit 5 on page 10 of the traffic study. No, figure 7, sorry, not table 7. Thanks, Mr. Novi. In other words, the one that's showing the intersections.
You want the map again, right?
Yeah, I want the map, please.
We're getting that. We'll be right with you.
If you could bring that up, magnify that as much as possible, that would be great. Okay, so would one expect that some percentage of the number of vehicles that are coming from and going to the proposed project site would primarily use the access roads in the west? In other words, use Verdugo, Santa Rosa Road, and Highway 101 as their primary route?
That would be a safe assumption based on traffic studies that we have already conducted.
Okay, is it also reasonable, though, to expect that some percentage of the number of vehicle trips coming to the proposed project site and leaving or egressing from the project site would not use Verdugo, but instead would primarily use the access roads to the north? In other words, use Adolfo and then Los Pueblos drive to access Santa Rosa Road if the vehicle driver wanted to go easterly on Santa Rosa Road?
That is also a possibility, yes.
I mean, whether the person would want to go shopping, grocery shopping at Mission Oak Shopping Center, go to Santa Rosa Village Shopping Center, go to Tierra Linda School, go to Las Colinas School, go to the Mission Oaks Regional Park, or commute east to Moore Park or Moore Park College or 118 or the San Fernando Valley, it would be reasonable to expect, would it not, that they perhaps would utilize that route rather than going west to Verdugo and Santa Rosa Road?
I think it would be driver preference. And the answer to your question is yes. If they find that that route is more convenient for them for one reason or another, then it would be appropriate to expect that they would use that route.
Well, specifically, I'm interested in looking at the map. I'm interested in the number of vehicles both leaving and coming to the proposed project site that would not use Verdugo west to Santa Rosa, but instead take Camino Ruiz north, turn right on Adolfo going east, turn left or north on Los Pueblos Drive, and then right or east on Santa Rosa. And by doing that, they would pass several subdivisions and the western entrance to Leisure Village, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did the traffic study include an analysis of the Adolfo and Los Pueblos Drive intersection?
The traffic analysis did not study the intersection directly of Adolfo and Los Pueblos. It did, however, look at Camino Ruiz and Adolfo and Santa Rosa and Los Pueblos. And the trip distribution for that area was 5% of trip generation.
Well, okay, but let me back up for a second. Why was that intersection not studied?
The project distribution for that area was so low, and the analysis indicated that there wasn't a significant impact at Camino Ruiz and Adolfo, and for that reason, it wasn't deemed necessary to further include Los Pueblos and Adolfo as an intersection needing to be analyzed.
What were the conclusion of the modeling results at Camino Ruiz and Adolfo, intersection number 8?
The AM peak generation showed that there would be an additional 16 vehicles, and the assumption was that they would all be making left turns towards Santa Rosa. And in the PM, the trip distribution showed that there would be an additional 6 vehicles produced by the project. And again, all 6 of those were assumed to be making a left turn onto Adolfo headed towards Santa Rosa.
So if I'm thinking of my numbers correctly, we have a proposed project with, was it 385 units?
Yes.
And the conclusion based on the modeling is that it would only increase at intersection number 8 by 16 vehicles during the AM peak hour and 6 vehicles in the PM peak hour?
That is what the model.
Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's what the traffic study determined.
When the traffic study did that modeling, was there an extrapolation of the trip generation estimates done by focusing on intersections 8 and 2 respectively? Or was there an independent modeling done of the ingress-egress route along Adolfo and Los Pueblos?
There was not an extrapolation done, just based on the fact that the traffic generation from the project was so low. 16 vehicles in the peak hour. If we assume that all the vehicles made a right turn instead of a left, then that would just be an additional 16 vehicles in 1 hour, and that's considered low.
Okay, so the bottom line is, and that those are the numbers that are in exhibits 6 and 7 in the traffic study. The 16 vehicles in the AM peak hour and 6 vehicles in the PM peak hour.
Yes, that's correct.
Right now, on a different note, was any study made of the traffic patterns coming from the new residential development at Tessa Robles?
The traffic from Tessa Robles was taken into account in this traffic study.
That's not quite where I'm going with this, Mr. Samonte. I understood based on staff's presentation that study was done, and I think it was on the PowerPoint several minutes ago, of the proposed or prior to construction of the Tessa Robles development. I guess let me make my question more precise. Was any study made of the traffic patterns coming from the new residential development at Tessa Robles after the completion of that project and issuances of certificates of occupancy?
The study that the traffic study was completed, the analysis was done in 2018 prior to construction of Tessa Robles. So we don't have actual counts for Tessa Robles existing. However, the traffic analysis did include what we call approved and pending projects, which at the time Tessa Robles was pending. And so the traffic analysis included traffic generation for Tessa Robles based on the traffic study that development had to complete for its EIR.
Okay.
And that also would include the trip distribution assumption for Tessa Robles.
Right, but it didn't include it didn't include any data post-construction of Tessa Robles.
That's correct.
Okay. Let me turn to something different, and it's the alternatives analysis, and I'm referring to pages 96 and 97 of the FEIR, and it's table 13 and 14. There's a general, let's just talk about it from a macro standpoint. There's a general conclusion that an R&D building or an office building would generate more daily trips, more AM peak trips, and more PM peak trips than the proposed project, right? I mean, that was the general conclusion.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Was the traffic modeling done to support that conclusion the identical form of traffic modeling done for the proposed project, or was it different?
The traffic model for the 303,395 square feet of industrial would have been done when the general plan was completed. Because at that time, when our general plan was adopted, the circulation element looks at all the land uses and then assigns trips to land use designation, and also makes assumptions for trip distribution.
I think what I'm hearing, Jason, is that the modeling is different.
The modeling is different for, well, the existing land use was already modeled in the general plan under the circulation element.
Okay. But I thought I heard a but coming.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
In terms of the dissimilarity.
Is there, is there something that you want me to clarify?
Well, I'm just thinking that the modeling protocol was different. The modeling was different for that to draw those conclusions, and I just want to make sure I understand the difference in the modeling.
I see Michael there. If
Yeah.
you have anything to contribute, that would be.
Councilmember Tremblay, if I may, in the EIR and in the traffic study, when it came to the alternatives, the analysis only calculated the trip generation for the two potential alternatives. It did not go through the process of distributing them over the city network or anything. The purpose was to just identify, would that land use generate more or less traffic than the proposed project? That's as far as it went. So there was no modeling. There was only the trip generation calculations.
So it would be fair to conclude that it was more narrowly circumscribed in terms of its modeling.
Because there was no modeling. If the trip generation was estimated, but it did not, then those numbers did not go into the model to distribute them over the city's network. It was only to determine, does that alternative generate more or less traffic, not to evaluate, okay, what are the potential impacts at specific intersections within the study area. That's where the modeling comes into play. The trip generation calculations, that's just simple math. Here's the generation per 1,000 square feet or whatever, and here's, you know, what could be done. You calculate that.
Okay, no, I'm glad you said that, because that kind of segues into my next question, which is, you know, what about under those hypotheticals, what about the roads to be used? In other words, in an R&D example, if there were R&D built out, wouldn't one reasonably expect that a higher percentage of the vehicle trips would involve use of the Verdugo Santa Rosa 101 corridor as contrasted to a residential development?
I probably, Mr. Samante would agree with me that that's probably most likely, because even if you have a number of employees who are residents of Camarillo, they may be commuting to and from those uses there on the freeway. You know, if they're located in the western part of the city, for example, or in the Camarillo Springs area or something like that. And that you would have a much greater percentage of peak hour traffic then on those intersections then in the Verdugo, Santa Rosa, Pleasant Valley.
Right, there would be a difference.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, in this alternative, one would not expect business commuters, unlike residents, to use the commercial areas and schools in the Mission Oaks area. They would just like to drive to and from work.
Right. People may walk across the street to go to lunch, for example.
Okay. Okay. All right, Madam Mayor, I just have one more question, I promise. And I need to switch gears again. And this time I'm going to refer to, there is actually a reference. It's big page 91 on our council staff report, and there was a PowerPoint for it. And it was the amount of industrial zone property available in Camarillo. And if we could, by any chance, bring that PowerPoint back.
Yes, we can share that. We'll bring that slide up.
Thanks, Joe. Here's my question. For the 3 R&D properties specified or acreages specified in the western side of the city, one is 1,600,000 feet. The next is 700,000 square feet, and the third is 190,000 square feet. I think the total amount of that is 151 acres. That is all acreage that's immediately adjacent to and north of the Camarillo Airport and Camarillo Airport runways. It's industrial zone property. It's industrial in the general plan. Just generally speaking, Joe, would you expect those properties to be subject to FAA navigation easements restricting the building contours and building heights?
Adjacent the airport, yes, there will be some limitations on heights. And we do have some existing industrial development and some new industrial development that's occurred where my cursor is, and then also further down Ventura Boulevard that have complied with that and been constructed in compliance with those height limitations.
Well, in fact, if I add the 11-acre parcel, 129,000 square feet, situated immediately to the east of the Camarillo Airport runway, I come up with 162 acres. So 162 acres, is it correct for me to think that 162 acres out of the 228 acres of vacant industrial land shown on this map is subject to some form of restriction because of navigation easements?
Not all of it is, no. Only some areas right adjacent to the airport. There's an existing industrial plan development permit already approved on this property. And then this is 40 plus acres that was the former Bob Selleck ownership. And the majority
Joe,
of that.
I don't think anybody's seeing your cursor.
Oh, really?
No, I can't see it, Joe.
Okay, well, starting at the west end of the city, anything that's adjacent to the airport will have to have a height limitation. But as you move further north, that drops off and is not an issue. And so the properties, as you move to the east, the property that's directly east of the Camarillo Airport runway already has an industrial plan development permit approved on that for the applicant. Dennis Hargrave is also representing those property owners, so he could speak to that development. But there are some limitations adjacent to the airport, just north of the airport, as it relates to the height of buildings. However, the further north you move, that drops off and is no longer an issue.
But isn't it also fair to say that that those navigation easement restrictions or prohibitions, as you were, decrease on a sliding scale as you go north toward the 101?
Yes.
Okay, but to be accurate, would you say that it's accurate to say that some substantial percentage of that acreage, and it's a total of about 162 acres, is subject to some form of building or building height restrictions as a result of the navigation easements?
I don't think it would be, I don't think it's substantial. I don't think it's on the order of 60 or 70%. I think it may be on the order of 30 or 40% maximum.
Okay.
And again, that's only the area adjacent to the airport, immediately adjacent to the airport, because the further it does get north, you're correct, it does drop off.
So you would say, just speculatively, just sort of like 40% of the 162 acres shown?
I honestly haven't analyzed that, and I don't know, so it'd be inappropriate for me to give you a percentage, but it's not substantial.
You would describe 40% as not being substantial?
I don't think it is 40%. I think it's somewhere about 30, 40. I don't know. I'm guessing, and I think it may be inappropriate to put a number on that.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Joe. Madam Mayor, that concludes my questions for the moment.
Okay, other council members, questions? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, my question, a little bit of, well, more housekeeping. And I don't know if Mr. Hargrave can answer this, or Mr. Brown, or whoever, maybe Jason, but when, if you talk about the traffic lights, when will they potentially, if we even get there, when will they potentially be constructed?
So I'm sorry, Councilmember Kildee, the traffic light is conditioned prior to the occupancy of the 300th unit, or it will be, I'm sorry, it will be a condition of the project. So the developer needs to start design now or relatively soon, and then construction would begin during probably the second phase of construction of the apartments.
Okay, so they are aware that there is a lag time between ordering the implements for a traffic light and delivery on that. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilmember Kildee, that is correct. Mr. Hargrave was also involved with the traffic signal construction on Ponderosa at Earl Joseph and Camino Tierra Santa. So he is aware that there is a significant lag time for between ordering signal poles and actually receiving them.
And for the record, who's going to pay for the traffic lights?
We actually have bonds from other development. There's Tessa Robles contributed a portion of funding. This project will contribute a percentage, and also the Mission Oaks Business Park Plaza did contribute money way back when. We still have their bonds for that. So we have 3 funding sources currently that we can utilize.
And will that be enough to pay for the totality of the traffic lights?
I'm assuming that it will be. If not, then we'll have to have that discussion with, with the city council.
Okay, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but did I hear correctly that the traffic lights 100% probably will not be installed until after the first phase is completed? And my next question is how many phases are we talking about here?
I think that would be best answered by Mr. Dennis Hargrave.
Okay. And then I have another question, but it's not really for you, so I'll ask Mr. Hargrave that as well, if I may.
Why don't we see if Mr. Hargrave will answer that during the public hearing portion?
That's fine.
Okay. Do other council members have questions?
I actually don't. I just wanted to say that I watched the planning commission meeting as well for this, so I had a lot of my questions answered, and there were some clarifications made by other council members with their questions. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Mr. Mulchay, did you have questions?
I did not. I had already asked my questions. I'm good. Oh, I was scratching my head. Sorry.
Sorry, I mistook your hand waving. Sorry, I don't have a trigger finger, I got a clicker finger here tonight, and it's clicking me off when I think I'm on. My question didn't involve traffic, it was going back to water. And I'm not sure who would answer it, but net zero water, does that start with zero? Or does that start with the amount of water that the previous occupants of the property used?
I believe it's based on the comparing to the previous occupants. Mr. Hargrave may have more detailed information on his direct communication with Camarillo on that, but that is typically how it considers the previous use also.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do any council members have any other questions of staff before I open the public hearing? I don't see any hand waving, so I will now open the public hearing. This is the time that the council will hear from members of the public on this proposal. I see 4 hands raised. If any member of the public does have a question, please raise your hand and we will ask you to speak in the order in which the hands were raised. So the first, yes.
We're going to start with Dennis Hargrave as the applicant.
Okay, very good. Could Dennis Hargrave make his presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Craven, members of the City Council and staff. I'm Dennis Hargrave. I hope I'm coming through here. Great. I'm Dennis Hargrave of Development Planning Services. We're the project planners and the owner representative on the Camino Ruiz General Plan Amendment before you tonight. Obviously, this is a complex project. We noticed that the staff presentations all totaled up to about a half hour, and we were all trying to go our fastest. So if you would allow me, I'll probably need just about 10 minutes to do my presentation, and then we can come back to questions that had been raised. So I'll try to follow my format here. And if we can go to the share screen, I have a presentation I can put up here. And that should be it. All right. That's on everybody's screen now, I hope. Yes?
Your map.
Yes, we have a photo up there. All right. As a start, I would like to concur with staff that the traffic engineer and EIR consultant have worked out clarifications of both typo and labeling edits in the red line. And there were no changes, as was discussed tonight, in either trip generation, level of service data, or project outcomes. What has been incorporated into the EIR is the ongoing discussion wherein the applicant has volunteered to install the traffic signal prior to any warrant studies justifying. And so at minimum, we would see it going in by the 300th unit. I think if we can accomplish a design sooner and get it implemented when the project was under construction, we would make all efforts to do it sooner than that. To answer really briefly the question that was raised about, is there enough money for the traffic signal? I can tell you from our Springville experience that if there's not enough money for the traffic signal, the applicants still have to come up with the rest of the money. We don't turn back to the city and get any funds for that. So it'll come from the people who have paid funds towards, and the balance will come from this applicant. So that's how the traffic signals are funded. We do see it as a community benefit in the same way that some of you will remember that we compelled the Springville developers to install those signals earlier than the traffic warrants indicated, so that they were in place prior to build out of that first phase of the Springville plan. And by doing this, we'll eliminate any potential for level of service delays that could have otherwise occurred. So I think it's a good way to achieve full mitigation early on in the process. Tonight, as you know, the traffic engineer is available. The property owner is also available if you'd like to ask him questions. And Paul Ferry of CBRE Commercial Brokerage is available if you have questions regarding industrial. We're 5+ years into this project, and we believe we have fully addressed every concern and all the CEQA issues. We intend to bring a sense of neighborhood with the same quality of life and place as we found both in Village at the Park and Springville in our most recent communities. Upon approval of the GPA, we will move directly to the Planning Commission early next year as the project plans are complete and ready to go to an RPD hearing as designed. This is the project you would see. There will not be a bait and switch to another kind of project, a for sale project or anything else. The applicant is committed to an apartment project. So I'll move forward with my slides and move through them pretty quickly now. Go to this, sorry about that. I've got to switch to another format there. See if it'll let me get into this. Hold on. Hang on a minute. It's not letting me make a switch into the slides. Jeffrey, I'm going to do a stop share for just a minute and go back to reduced. Sorry about that. And I'll see now if it'll let me go back in. Are we into the slides? Are you seeing the slides yet?
No.
Okay. All right. Let me come back to this again. It should come back to full screen in a minute. All right. Let's see if it does it now. This should be zoomed into the second screen. Are we getting that now? And this is a closer view of the property, and you see the area. And we'll just point out where the traffic signal, I'll use the laser pointer here to show you. There's where the traffic signal would be at Verdugo Way. So I hope that clarifies where that would be. Okay. For some reason, we're having there we go. As we zoom on in, you can see even closer that this part of the project is the actual project site itself. One of the key features, as staff has mentioned, is that we would be preserving the mature trees all along the perimeter. They're anywhere from 50 to 75 feet tall, and we're able to incorporate that into the site. The site would also wind up having about a 55-foot wide linear park along the street. Typically setbacks from streets are about 30 feet at the most, and so this is a much wider green belt. Along the eastern edge, we have 100 feet minimum from building to property line and more like 130 feet to the next building. This is similar to what we did at Village at the Park, adjacent to the Constitution Drive industrial area. As a member of that homeowners board for 15 years, we've never had complaints from residents about any interface between that because of these large separations. There'd also be carports and solar panel carports as well along that edge. You'll notice in the site that not only is there the perimeter loop with the linear park and the Village Plaza, but the exercise loop continues around, and then there's a greenbelt spine internally on this. And that's a key component of what we propose to do on the project. Zooming in a little closer, and this is in the handouts you should have as well. This is the active plaza area. It's over 17,000 square feet, so it's over 1/3 of an acre sitting at that corner. It's much larger than the parking lot across the street for the, at the corner of the Thai restaurant right there. So you get a very large public space, and it would be organized to allow for active outdoor seating, tables. People could stop and eat out there. There'd be gathering spaces for both daytime and evening, just for people to hang out and enjoy this, something that does not exist at all in this industrial neighborhood. There are scattered through these industrial buildings, you'll find occasionally, you'll find a few picnic tables and things like that, but this would be a place that would certainly benefit people in the neighborhood. As you, this view that we've taken is a visual simulation to scale with the existing trees taken from the middle of the intersection of Verdugo and Camino Ruiz. So in it, you can see the size of the 3-story buildings set back. Again, they're about 140 feet from this corner, 120 feet back from this corner. And this would be the seating plaza. With the traffic signal, we'd have crosswalks all 4 directions, and people would then be able to do something they can't do now. They could walk down a sidewalk all the way along the frontage of the property. If you've been in that neighborhood during the day, you'll see people walking along the gutter edge because there is no sidewalk in this older industrial park. It was just not part of the philosophy at that time. So you can see how this would be a real advantageous setting for both existing residents and the employees and the new residents. Looking more closely at the active greenbelt area, the conceptual plan is that we would have a combination of seating areas, walking paths, exercise stations with some of this passive exercise equipment that you can get now. It would be private property, but it would have a public easement to allow the public to utilize this area. And they would be able to work along that. There'd be seating as well. Then back to the plaza, and then coming down Camino Ruiz, you can see that our houses, our townhomes types, are the buildings of the apartments are set back behind the trees, so they aren't out facing immediately adjacent to the existing homes. So we're trying to provide as much buffer and separation as we can as we go through that. Looking then in the detail of what we call the activity zone, this is unique in that we have a length here of green that's 360 feet long. So it's longer than a football field, and it's 50 feet wide, whereas most apartment projects in the city are about 30 foot typical face-to-face when you're facing buildings on courtyards. This area would include bocce ball, cornhole, barbecues. We know what people want in this kind of project, and we want to provide amenities in a private setting, similar to what we just did with the Springville Park. So we're interested in creating good open spaces for people to use. Additionally, then, across the street, the Greenbelt continues with the recreation building and the pool, and we'll show you a little bit of that. Another feature of this project that is new for 2020 is with the new building codes. To meet the solar mandates of the state, we are using solar covered parking everywhere possible, and we possibly would expand it beyond this, but it'll meet a substantial portion of the common area needs, and there are thresholds you have to meet under state law. We think it's a very creative way to do it. Some cities that do flat roof buildings put them on the top of the roof. We want to have roofs in Camarillo, so we're going to be able to still accommodate the solar by doing it this way. This is, as the staff had shown you, this is a 3-story perimeter building. I show you this particularly because this is a building that would face the Tessa Robles buildings. Tessa Robles are about 30 feet from the curb face. These are more like 40 to 45, and these are behind the trees as well. So they would be more shielded from the community. They also, these units that all face the street all have patios or balconies, which is, Tessa Robles does not have patios and balconies. These people have private open space along with public open space as well. Additionally, on the interior of the project, we're doing something that hasn't been done in Camarillo. Half of the buildings in the project will be elevator served, which opens up the number of units that could be accessible to people with either disabilities or mobility issues, because we've never had apartment buildings on a large scale that have elevators in Camarillo. So we think this is a real benefit. Additionally, we did add, as was said earlier, a number of studios and some smaller 1-bedrooms, because as we deal with housing equity issues, we have many people who need a smaller place to live, and particularly would prefer to be in that kind of setting, and this gives them that option. This is just the amenity building, just to give you an idea. It's next to the pool that you saw in the earlier scene. It's a 2-story recreation and gym building with community rooms, tech rooms, and Wi-Fi hotspots, places for people to gather as much as we're going to be able to gather in the near future, we hope, and individually workspaces that people can also utilize. So it can multifunction and people can hopefully work remotely in locations like this as well. This open space plan is part of the analysis we did for staff, and you can see the unique situation. We have more open space in this project than either of the larger new apartment projects, either the Amley one or the Fairfield project. Very large open space component to these sites. What we're talking about at this point is even taking the trail, and as opposed to having it here in the RPD, we'll probably be proposing to move it all the way out to the front, in front of the office buildings, to make it even longer and make it more visible and usable for people in the future. So we think it has a real benefit to people, not just for these residents, but for daytime employees to have an exercise break where they've got some pull-up bars and some other passive exercise machines to use, but also just a place to get out and walk your dog, and we'd have dog stations and everything else needed for that as well. The park path is, as we said, about 3,500 feet long, and we would see including it in the plan. This was not, I don't believe, in the staff report tonight, but we did a cross section from the Ventura Freeway. You're looking at the freeway. This is to scale. Both the buildings and maps are proportional, as you can see. This is the existing office building in plan view. This is the existing office building on the front. The tree heights are approximate based on what we've analyzed. This is the interior 4-story building with a solar covered carport in this area. This is the open space corridor, another 4-story building, solar carports, and then a 3-story building on the perimeter along Verdugo Way, and then Verdugo. As you can see, the sight lines, even from the Verdugo Way office buildings, you wouldn't see the 4-story building. So they're buried in the site, and they're buffered by the perimeter buildings or the existing buildings on the outer sides. So we thought that was an interesting dynamic to relate for how this works. Going to this slide, this is the industrial land use study. I will come back to that in questions if we want to talk about that. I do have answers for how those restrictions are on those sites. In addition to this vacant land, the city also currently has an 8% building vacancy in industrial buildings. By contrast, the city has no significant high-density residential vacant land. We have nothing that's vacant. Anything we've talked about in the housing element has been repurposing existing centers for the most part. This slide just represents quickly a September 2020 snapshot we had done of a rental study showing that currently there's a 3.6% vacancy in the Camarillo projects, and that is less than is desirable. Generally, anything under 5% is considered a shortage when it comes to apartment rentals because of turnover and cleaning and everything else. 2% vacancy is where we typically have been in Camarillo, and that 2% vacancy is really just move-ins and move-outs. And that's what this shows. We still have a shortage of apartments. And again, this is the only apartment project in the planning cycle right now, other than the Stock Lumberyard City project that's in process. This is a slide.
As shown in the chart on this slide, the current Camarillo housing
sorry about that. This is one that has
approximately
some of the show stuff.
25,600
So
units.
let me see if I can cut that. This is just housing stock that was in the city,
making up approximately 70.
The point of that one, sorry, it's got a little audio on it. Got some audio left on it.
The city.
And those generally, those slides were from your housing element study, and we thought they'd drop the audio off of them, but I'm sorry they didn't. But generally what they show is that the city has 17% apartments is all. And that as you saw in your housing element study, that the benefits of a diverse housing stock are that you can provide for multiple population needs within the city, provides a flexibility for seniors and others to move in and out of different housing types. And again, these apartments would work as market rate senior apartments for people as well, if they chose to live here, because they'd have elevators. So it'd be advantageous for people for that. So in conclusion, I won't hit most of these sites because the staff did an excellent job covering the public benefits that are required to consider a general plan amendment. We feel like we've hit those targets and exceeded them in some cases, but there is less traffic than industrial or office use. People can actually rent here and work here. We find that home buyers don't tend to buy next to their jobs, but renters certainly tend to try to work close, try to live and work close together if the option is afforded to them. It's walkable for bus lines. This is the only high transit site we have in town that's really easily accessible from here. The Vista buses come here, so we know that we can provide connections to people easily, and it does support the economic development strategies of the city. And I am particularly proud of the fact that this project negotiated an agreement with the Park District to not only do this shared open space that we're doing, but also to be the first apartment project to agree to pay a park fee that's equivalent to what a Quimby fee would be for a project like this. You don't have an ordinance at this time. Hopefully you'll have one in the near future, but this project is paying $1.7 million in park fees to address the potential for underserved parkland in this. But we think with the amenity in the project and the combination of the green belts, we take a big step forward on that. And so we're pleased that we can do that. It is consistent with all general plan policies and community goals. We've checked that thoroughly, and it is a decreased land use intensity. And we think the 5% very low units and the 5% moderate units are a benefit to our future housing element and a benefit to our community. I'm here to answer any questions you may have, and I'd like the right to rebut anything that pops up in the last minutes as we go through prior to the close of the public hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Kildee, you said that you had questions of Mr. Hardgrave. I'll let you start off.
Yeah, Dennis, I don't know if you can quite answer this, but maybe you can take a stab. If we even get this far, when will the Park District be able to receive those fees?
I believe Park District fees go at building permit per unit, I believe. I'm not sure because it's not a track map, and generally Quimby goes with a track map, I believe, but this would go with the, probably go with permit at this, as far as I know. And remember, with an apartment project, you're not pulling one permit at a time. You're probably pulling 30 to 60 at a time. So they'd be getting reasonably large chunks as they came through.
Yeah, my second question, will this be built in phases?
We would see functionally it might be 2 phases, and those 2 phases, if they were, would probably be the first half would be this right half or eastern half, quite likely. But the economy of scale is when you start, you just keep moving through these sites because you have bonds up and you have, economy of scale. You definitely want to build a rec amenity early at the beginning though, and get things in.
And then with those mature trees, who will be maintaining those?
That would be the property owner, and in the mitigation program under the RPD permit, there would be a program that if there were failures or die-offs in the trees, that they would be replaced with specimen trees of acceptable types, on a program to keep them replaced. We don't want it to be like when the eucalyptus die out and nothing comes back, right? We want to make sure there's a good mature canopy that stays in place.
And this may be my last question, a Mr. Ferry question. With the aviation easement and this going out of industrial, will we have enough of that property left in the city, let's say for the next decade?
And I think that would be up to Jeffrey Madeline to see if she can locate where Paul is and things. In the meantime, I can go back to that blue slide because I think it'll come up again.
Yes, that's it. It is.
Yeah. In the meantime, I will give, if you don't mind me kind of jumping into that answer a little bit, since I'm familiar with these buildings. Could
you identify yourself, please?
Oh, is this Paul? No, this is still Dennis. Sorry. Still Dennis Hardgrave.
I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, go ahead, Paul.
No, it was somebody else's voice, and I'd like that person to identify himself.
Yes, go ahead, Paul.
This is Paul Ferry. Can Councilmember Kildee. So could you repeat your question again? I have the map up and I'm willing to answer your question and also Councilmember Tremblay's question because I have experience with the development of buildings adjacent to the airport.
Yes, with this and taking it out of the industrial zoning potentially, and with the potential aviation easement issues, will this still allow our city to have enough land, let's say for the next 10 years, to be competitive in the industry, if you will?
The answer is yes. And I am an industrial broker and I do very little of anything else. The next site that's going to be developed is going to be the Springville site that we've been calling the Selleck site. That is undergoing a GPA to bring it back to the same zoning as it was prior to Bob Selleck's attempt to get Bass Pros there. So, and Dennis is working on that project as well. And that GPA should be finalized maybe September of next year. The following large piece of property, so you want a landing spot to some sort of corporate user. So there are infill sites as you see on the map. But as far as landing a big corporate user, that's the place it's going to go. Springville's an excellent off-ramp. It all makes sense. And I'm going to start harassing the staff here really quickly because we're consulting with the McGrath family on the next property is known as the Clayburg Ranch off Central. So I'm going to start asking staff momentarily. So get ready for me in the new year, what requirements for development that will have. So I say bluntly, yes, I'm an industrial broker. That's all I do. So I want to see as much industrial property as possible. But I was in the meeting 7 years ago when the staff recommended that this could be residential. And I think it's a great idea. I do think there's enough for the next 10 years. I think it's going to take about probably at least 4 to 5 years to entitle the central project, the McGrath project. I also think that a lot of that property there that's shaded blue is industrial, but the rest of it is retail and corporate office. And that market is going to be minimized. I think that will actually be more industrial on that site than that map shows. So going over to Councilmember Tremblay's question specifically, I was involved in 2 developments. So as you follow West Ventura Boulevard, it actually turns into Verdalera as it goes to the west and probably needs to connect to the McGrath property. So on the north side of the property, there is 0 consideration on what we call an navigational easement. In fact, the applicant owns a building just on the north of West Ventura Boulevard that is about 35 feet to the parapet, which is the top the height for development of industrial buildings. You have a 30-foot clear building if you have a 35-foot high building because the parapet is about 4 to 5 feet higher. On the south side, we just developed a 54,000 square foot building, and indeed, we did have to do some consideration for the navigational easement. We have to move the building up to the front of the property. In other words, the north side of the property, we have to push it to the north. And the math goes something like 7 to 1. So at 245 feet away from the Camarillo airport property, you can go 35 feet high. What we did, and what you'll see, it's a little bit amusing, but when you drive by, you'll see a sloped roof starting on several buildings. And we built about halfway into the property at a lower height, and within about 20 or 25 feet of the beginning of the building, we got to full clear height. So I would tell you that Joe Vaca's estimation that 30 to 40% of the property, I would say it's more like about 15% of the property would be affected. And we've been able to build right up against, as I said, what you do is you just park the area that's adjacent the airport, and you front load the building on what is now Verdalera. I hope that answers your question.
And if I can engage on this, this is Dennis Hargrave again. You can see where I've had the cursor when Mr. Ferry was speaking. The building in question that the applicant, Mr. Zimmerman, owns is at this corner right here where the red cursor is, and it is a 35-foot tall building. So the answer, even at this point, to Councilmember Tremblay's question is really existing Verdalera right here. that's about the 240-foot line by after which you can make buildings as tall as you want. So to make an estimate approximately, it certainly wouldn't be 30% of the site. So I think maybe Mr. Ferry's comment is correct, because you park on the very lower edge all along there, just like every other project has, and then you build your building shorter here. But by the time you get to the north side of Vertolaire, it can be as tall as it wants, much like Home Depot over here is. So I think the constraints are minimal. We've been able to design around them as we've done other projects in the past, and we'll continue on Airport North.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Do other council members have questions of either Mr. Hargrave or Mr. Ferry? Mr. Moshe.
Yeah, I have a question. I guess this would be best directed at Mr. Hargrave or even Joe Vaca. Back to the GPA, the project site at hand. Has there been a discussion about on-street parking on Verdugo and Camino Ruiz? And are there any concerns, and or what else is happening there? What would be proposed?
From an applicant's point of view, we have parked it completely on site. I don't think it's appropriate particularly to have parking on Verdugo because of the travel speeds and the truck movements. I think it's better to, I think it also kind of denigrates that green belt if we wound up cluttering it with cars as well. I think it would be something that the council may want to look at on Camino Ruiz if they want parking. We certainly meet our parking requirements and even don't ask for any waivers for the affordable units to have a reduced parking count. They're at full market rate parking. One advantage you have in a rental project, candidly, over a condo or townhome project, it's much easier to police whether your tenants are using their garages to park in. That's one of the reasons we prefer a large number of these covered carports, because it's obvious you can't store your junk in there or put a pool table there. So, when you get to a townhome project, we've always had challenges with CCNRs and HOAs being able to say, we're going to inspect your garage and make sure it's a garage, but so I think they probably have a little of that possibly in the existing Tessa Robles project. I'm not saying they specifically, but almost any project does have a little of that happening at minimum. But if people wanted to consider some parking on Camino Ruiz, I don't think I'd oppose it. There is Camino Ruiz along the freeway does allow parking, if you recall. But it isn't allowed on this section that's on the exhibit right here.
Okay.
And I would just share that we anticipated all parking to occur on site, and that will be analyzed in more detail with the residential plan development permit in coordination with our public works department, but we never anticipated parking, especially on Verdugo Way, nor did we anticipate it on Camino Ruiz.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. That was my only
Other
question.
council members have questions? Okay. I previously opened the public hearing. I see 4 hands up. If there's a member of the public who would like to speak to us, please put your hand up. There is a speaker clock on the screen. There's a green symbol when it's time for the first 2 minutes. When it turns to 1 minute left, then it will turn yellow, and when your time is up, it will turn red. Each person has 3 minutes. The first speaker is Matt Lorimer.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. This is a very troubling project. Let's first start with about 400 units. If you have 2 drivers, that's 800. Let's take 25%, that's 1,000 cars, okay? This scale of this project is way too big. And let me remind you, 3 hours ago, Susan Santangelo said she's really concerned about the next generation. Well, if you do the figures, this will bring 302 tons of carbon monoxide in your community. 68% of the people in that community, you have Leisure Village and the high school, none of those figures were mentioned. Sean said he drives an electric car and he's really concerned about the environment. Well, by the way, this is going to cause smog. Tony had very valuable things. The Vaughn's Mission Oaks has 225 spaces. Let's put it this way. You're going to put out all the small businesses in that mall because the influx, let's put it this way, the smartphone, people use a smartphone to determine where the shopping center is. 90% of people use a smartphone. They are going, 75% of the people will probably go to Mission Oaks. There won't be any places to park up there. And none of that's been discussed. And the roads. Kevin said he's concerned and we need to believe in the environment. Well, that is a troubling thing. One of the things that wasn't talked about, several things, is the police response time. We are going to have problems because that's a large demographic. Fire department, what's the response time? What about the backup on the freeway? You know, and I know, if you've ever run for city council, that freeway gets backed up. Imagine having 1,000 more cars. The scope and size of this project is unbelievable. Okay, we know Dennis likes these big projects, and he said all the benefits. All the benefits go to the developer who makes the money. No, the citizens of the community are not going to benefit. And by the way, they said they're going to be able to walk around. Really? There are no shopping malls over there to sell clothes. There's no grocery stores over there. So the bottom line is this project is way too big for scope in that particular area. It's unbelievable that somebody would propose this big of a project. You as councilman 3 hours ago said you're concerned with the environment. This has a major environmental impact, not only on traffic, but the quality of life. You were elected, let me remind you, you were elected to look at all the issues. And I'm going to tell you, the scope of this project is untainable. Dennis Hargrave is telling you everything that's beautiful. Everybody's beautiful for the people that live there, but the people in the community don't benefit by this. That is a ridiculous argument. The bottom line is the scope of this project is way too big, and you need to consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Philip Lansdowne.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, my group and myself, we strongly oppose the project. Essentially in the wrong place, it's the wrong size and the wrong timing. Decisions made in a pandemic and severe recession are extremely difficult to make. The complex is far too large for a very confined area. The design is good for big cities, large corridors, etc., not small cities. We are concerned about the changes that have been put through on the EIR. We dispute with Mr. Brown that the revised traffic study is the same, doesn't change anything. It changes the conclusions. The conclusions are directly opposite. On the one hand, everything's honky-dory on the revised EIR or revised traffic. But on the initial EIR, it shows a significant and unmitigated traffic impact, and that it would be even worse with putting in those lights. And the problem is there's also one of the intersections is missing from the table. We had that up earlier, the 9 intersections. Missing is the Party Plaza and the Camarillo Pace. That's New York Bagel on one side and the cinema and Starbucks on the other. That appears to be intentionally left out and would obviously change all the numbers that are put in. That's the reason why we keep saying that 3 traffic lights in 1/10 of a mile up Verdugo is no good, because this particular intersection is left out. There are a lot of other things that have been mentioned that have been printed. One is that hypothetical project. Of course, it's just hypothetical projection. Anybody could come up with those numbers. It'd be better to have just a low density, traffic friendly commercial products rather than a big building there. It does account for very little affordable housing. You know, they marketed this project that it would be everywhere, but only 40 units and only, which is 10% of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Judy Beliciano.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, hi. So my question is all about safety. I live in that neighborhood, Fairfield, and we are a very, very family-oriented neighborhood. And I'm wondering if there's enough people coming into our neighborhood that could cause any kind of problems. There's lots of toddlers where our houses have been here for over 30 years. And we're seeing now second generations moving in. And the biggest concern I have is my granddaughter and the other kids that are toddlers in this neighborhood. Bringing in a 400 apartment complex, God only knows what kind of people are going to be moving in. And so that's my biggest concern is safety, safety, safety. And has our sheriff's department been notified about extra amounts of people, and are we policed for it? So that's basically my question, and I'm hoping for an answer about this. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jackson Piper.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, members of the Camarillo City Council. My name is Jackson Piper. I am with Ventura County YIMBY, a volunteer organization formed to advocate for more housing in Ventura County. First off, I'll say that I think that under the constraints they're operating with set by the city, this is an excellent project, and I think it really should go forward. I think the council should approve all of the actions here tonight. And it seems like a lot of units, but it's really not. My critiques with the site plan would have to do with the fact that it's actually kind of a low density for such a large site. This is mandated by the Camarillo city plan and the development codes because you've set a very low maximum density, which I believe is that 30 dwelling units per acre. And that's a problem that's endemic to all California cities, especially Southern California where we live. It really restricts the ability to produce housing. And you could build on a 14-acre site, you put 4 or 5 story buildings at between 40 and 100 dwelling units per acre, and that can be done quite nicely. You could have between 566 and 1,417 units on this 14.17 acre parcel. So my point is, this is really not a skyscraper or an overbearing project. This is actually a quite nice, thoughtfully designed project. Would I prefer it have more units? Absolutely. Would I prefer it have more affordable units? Absolutely. Would I prefer that it devoted less of the space on the site to parking? Absolutely. But within the current parking requirements that the project certainly meets and exceeds from the city of Camarillo, and within the current density requirements that the city of Camarillo has on this site, this is a very good project. I enjoy the fact that it has thoughtfully added green space, that it has aligned buildings to the street where they belong, and that it provides community amenities, including the plaza fronting the intersection. It will really not increase the amount of traffic noticeably. It seems like a lot of people, but really these roads are designed to handle far, far more than 400 or 800 more cars on the road. So it will be a good project. I urge you to to approve all of these amendments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Max Guinness. Max, can you hear us? The next speaker is Nash.
Hello, sorry, it took a bit to get in. Thank you for having me. My name is Max Guinness, and I am also a volunteer with Ventura County YIMBY. And my day job is I'm actually an economist. I study poverty. And California has the highest poverty rate of any state. We surpassed even DC this year, but we've had the highest poverty rate of any state for the past 7 to 8 years. And the reason for that is because we have high housing costs. And the reason we have high housing costs is because we don't have enough homes. We also rank number 50 of 50 in homes per adult. So we can do one of two things to reduce poverty. We can make housing cheaper by adding more housing units. We can also raise wages, create more employment opportunities. And projects like these do both, right? They loosen the housing crisis. They also create more jobs for people, especially when we need them, maybe more than any time since the Great Recession. So I really encourage you to approve the project. I share the sentiments of my friend Jackson Piper that this could have less parking, it could have more homes, it could have more mixed use, so that people don't have to leave. I know traffic is a big concern here. Cars produce traffic, parking enables people to have more cars, so the math is not that complicated. But the most important thing is that people have a place to live. So yeah, please approve the project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nash.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Nash Tingman. I echo the last two people. I think this is a great project, high density. I'm really liking how I have seen so few four-story complexes around here, and because it's taller, it has more green space. It's great to have that high density and green space. It could go even better, obviously, as the other ones have said. But yeah, I like the project right near job locations. Yeah, please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rebecca.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rebecca Alberon, and I am one of the founding members, along with some of the speakers you have heard today, of Ventura County YIMBY, which is, yes, in my backyard. And I am here to express my support for this development. I think ultimately what we need is to offer housing to residents throughout, not just in the city of Camarillo, but throughout Ventura County. And so it's important that, you know, these decisions are looked at with that much weight, that there is a responsibility to provide housing. You know, I know that the city themselves often does not cannot just construct housing, but you do have developers and projects that come before you, and those are where those decisions are made. You know, in that responsibility that you have to the citizens of the city who have voted for you, but also for other people who are sometimes living far away from housing, and you know, are traveling to your city. So I believe that the project in itself is great. Always for you know, most development that will allow for more housing for individuals. So I'm definitely in support of that, and you know, do hope that everything that is asked for is something that you guys consider in making this decision, and that you guys go ahead and approve it. And then just kind of on a personal note, just to explain, to add context of how important it is. We're not just talking about, does this get an approval and is it going to be built in a year or 2 years? There are people that are currently, homeless right now. The housing shortage is very real. I've worked for many years with a population that is often currently homeless or on the verge of losing their housing. And so this is, something very real, that these decisions do have a lot of weight. And sometimes, at my service, I say, I can't do anymore. I'm sorry, and you really have to advocate for yourself, through city leadership and the people who are able to make decisions about housing. And so I come with that in mind when I speak, that for me, I don't want to just say that that I'm sorry, I can't do more. I want to advocate for everyone. And of course, in support of this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to us on this topic? Otherwise I will close the public hearing. I saw no more hands go up, so I will close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
is there any chance we could take a 5-minute break?
certainly. It is now 9:35 according to my clock, and let's take a break until 9:45.
Thank you.
Hey, Dennis.
I don't know, man. I couldn't.
Wait.
Yeah.
Let me go to another room because it's going back on the computer.
Oh, yeah.
Just hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah.
Mr. Hardgrave, you're going to want to mute yourself, please.
Thank you.
Rich, are you out there?
This is Tom.
Can you come help me, Tom?
Yeah, I'll be right there.
Okay, I'll call the council meeting back to order and ask if staff has any comments with regard to the comments that were made during the public hearing.
No, we don't. We do have Police Chief Eric Tennyson available if the city council would like additional information in response to one of the questions relative to safety.
I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Okay, Mr. Tennyson, if you are available, if you could please connect.
Yep, I'm here. Good evening, council. We did compare the calls for service and the impacts that the Tessa Robles project has had on calls for service response times. And although it's a different project, it is 134 townhomes right in that same area, and we found a negligible impact to response times, calls for service. We've hardly had any calls for service there at all since the project was completed and people moved in there. So it's a similar type of project that has had no impact on police services in that area.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Tennyson? Okay. Does staff have any, does council have any other questions of staff regarding this or Mr. Hargrave? I don't see any. Mr. Hargrave, you said that you would like to have a time to respond. Is there anything you'd like to respond to?
Well, actually, I'm not sure if I do, since the public hearing's closed, and I think everything was pretty much covered. I think it was pretty clear. I think the only issue that came up anywhere was a comment about 3 traffic signals in 1/10 of a mile. And there would be a substantial stretch because 1/10 of a mile would be 528 feet for 3 signals. And these Santa Rosa to the Camino Ruiz intersection is a little over 1,000 feet. So it's not unusual. You have 3 or 4 other places in town where you have signal spacing like this on much busier streets. And this synchronized signal should work just fine. We've seen it in plenty of other places. That's all I have. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, I will open it up for council discussion. Mr. Mulchay.
I had a quick question. I was trying to get one question is for, I guess, Mr. Hargrave, if he's still on. There was a question in regards to transportation and public transportation. Does this site lend itself to, I don't know if he's still there with, oh yeah, he is. Does this site lend itself to public transportation anyway, taking advantage of it?
Oh, well, actually, the high frequency bus stop that the Vista line uses is right there by the driveway that goes to Old New York Bagel and the Marriott Courtyard, if you think of that.
Yep.
This not only is accessible, obviously, for people who come to work here, right, from other, because those buses go as far as Woodland Hills, I believe, but they also primarily go to the West County, East County, and Thousand Oaks area. So people could live here and not have to drive their car if they could schedule it through Vista. And they can also make the Vista connections that get them to Cal State Channel Islands as well. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for people to avoid having to use a car if possible from this.
Thanks.
Okay. Who would like to start our council discussion?
I'll start.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah. I had a lot of questions going into this, and a lot of them had been answered. My questions were the traffic issue. I was concerned about the loss of industrial property, and if we had enough in our units available there and our acreage available, still to keep us viable. As we know, we want to provide, many people want to provide more jobs here, not only have people live here, but work here as well. And that's a very important issue too. I look for hopefully some expansion and some higher paying jobs here in the future. It is 385 units. I'm a big supporter of affordable housing. I was kind of hoping we'd get a little bit more, as was brought up, but I believe 20 and 20 with a total of 40. There are affordable units in this this proposal here as well. You know, this property has remained vacant for a long time here, and I just didn't see a whole lot of movement on here. There's been movement around the area here, and it has been enhanced. But this particular property, as I've always said, you know, all the easy developments have already been completed, and we're stuck with we're left with the ones that are more complex and how to deal with it. And this is a complex one because it takes what we thought we might be able to use out there into something completely different. But if you look at what the benefits of this are, and we had I know at the Planning Commission, which I was privy to, we had an individual, I believe from Naval Base Ventura County, that had mentioned that they certainly didn't oppose it. I think the traffic signals are a must, and that's why I asked those questions. I would like to get them built as soon as possible before the project's completed, if at all possible. I think that's very important. The bus connections there, with the pandemic, we don't know how many people are going to be working from home and or going back to the regular jobs here. That's yet to be determined. We could have telecommuting there. You know, the residents out there is a change. There is going to be some flexibility that's going to have to happen here, but I was pleased to see that most, if not all, the parking will be on the property, and they've taken that into consideration in their, you know, proposal here. It's been several years in the making here. There's been a lot of public comment. There's been a lot of, you know, changes here with the application. And I think what they've landed on here would be something that would be certainly beneficial to this area. There will be some changes. I am still somewhat concerned about the traffic, but the streets are designed for this. And with the installation of the traffic lights, I think that's paramount. Again, I want to impress upon those that if we can get these traffic signals implemented as soon as possible, I think are very, very beneficial there. So with those and other reasons, I can support going with the suggested actions on this particular proposal.
Would like to speak next. Mr. Mulchay.
Sure. I'll tell a quick story. And that it wasn't very long ago that I was a student out at CSU Channel Islands. I was 18, left home, haven't been back since. And I was on my own in search of off-campus housing. I did a year on campus that didn't quite suit me. I needed to get off campus. I wanted to stay in Camarillo. I couldn't find anything reasonable, and I couldn't find anything certainly within my budget. I ended up landing on a room for rent by two ladies who ran a daycare center out of their house. And that lasted all of about 3 months because of the restrictions and everything else that were, you know, living in a daycare center. There's a lot of regulations you have to go through too. And I found myself end up moving in a place in Ventura for about 9 months because that was just simply the most convenient thing I could possibly find. And eventually I found my way back to Camarillo. Fast forward, it was only more recently that I was moving in with my girlfriend, who's now my then girlfriend, who's now my wife. And we were looking for an apartment together. And all I could find out there that was even within our budget were 2 apartments in one particular complex off of Paseo Camarillo. I was in the lending office. One was a nice upstairs corner unit with light coming in from at least 2 directions. The other one was smack dab in between 2 other units where I had light only in one direction. There was no cross breeze. It was a horrible unit. In the time it took me to go run and get my checkbook to put a deposit down, someone had snagged the corner unit. And I was stuck in that, sorry, but crappy, one unit. It really tested my relationship early on. I think we're honestly stronger for it. But ever since being as a college student living in Camarillo, and since then, as a son of Camarillo, having someone who's been born and raised in Camarillo, I've always felt like I've had to fight to live here, to try to live here. And I'm specifically speaking to, the younger folks. My wife and I were lucky enough to 5 years ago find a small little duplex and finally put down real roots. But up until that point, it was a struggle. It was hard. You had to intentionally want to live here and try to fight for that. A commenter brought up, thinking about the next generation. That's exactly what I'm doing here. Is I'm thinking about the next generation. I can tell you where every single friend that I grew up in Camarillo with, most of my friends who I went to high school with, most of my friends who I went to college with out at Cecil Channel Islands, they've all left. They didn't leave because Camarillo wasn't a nice community. It certainly was. They didn't leave because they necessarily desired to go somewhere else. They left because there wasn't enough opportunity here, and it was too hard to lay down roots here. To either find a job, a decent paying job, or afford the housing. And so I'm kind of coming from that angle. I was supportive of this when it came up to the triennial review. I was supportive of the concept. And now that I've seen more details of what's being proposed, I'm honestly more supportive of it now. We need to reckon, we certainly cherish our open space, and we should. We need to do what we can to maintain that. That is vital, and it's very important to our community. Citizens of Camarillo have made that very, very apparent, that we value our open space, and we need to do what we can to preserve it. But for land that's already developed, this being one of them, that once it's developed, it's never going back to agriculture. It's never going back to open space. At that point, you have to decide, how do you get the best utilization out of that land? How do you approach it in a way that is smart and compatible and cohesive with what surrounds it? I do see this as a smarter and a compatible approach. I think this enhances the quality of life of that center. These buildings, those buildings languished for as long as they did because they didn't fit anymore in a changing world and in a changing Camarillo. The market spoke in that sense, and someone came along and had to figure out how that land could be used differently, because what it was originally suited for was not in demand. No one wanted it, and it did sit and it languished. And that whole business district has languished. And I think this is a project that will help revitalize not only some of that business park, in that people can now live, work, and walk amongst that community. We're kind of going backwards. Usually you start with the housing and then things develop around that. But here we're putting housing amongst, you have restaurants to one side and you have a business park to the other. And I think it will fit. I think it will serve CCCI students and those working in the military or working out at the base. I think it suits them. It'll help those in the workforce who are looking for housing. And in weighing the alternatives for what that land can be used for, I think there's a higher benefit in this use than there is in an alternative use. So as to say, I think there are more negatives in an alternative use than there are for this use, and it's going to be used for something. I work in a light manufacturing district. I can tell you the types of trucks and vehicles that come in and out those buildings, and it's not more of what you want in that area of town. 18-wheelers, big rigs, diesel trucks, and a lot of them. And that's what you get more of if this were otherwise to be developed into what can be developed there by right, which we'd have a lot less control over. So that's something that weighs heavily on me and my decision. Aside from that, I do appreciate and I do agree with the Planning Commission's updates, requests for updates to the EIR. I think those are appropriate. And that's all I got to say on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Santangelo.
Thank you. I'm going to continue Sean's story. I'm a little older than you, Sean, but what you said really struck a chord with me about having to fight to live here. I remember I had landed my first job as a nurse and struggled to be able to find a place to live, to be able to afford it. And it was shocking, you know, here I am, a nurse, I went to school, I did all my stuff, I've got this great job. And it was still hard even back then. And then later in my life, when I became a single mother, trying to find a place to live, that was even harder. And even to this day, I'm a single mom with 2 kids that I'm putting through college. So, you know, this is a tough place to live for a lot of people. The housing crisis is real. It is still here. It's still affecting us. And the pandemic has somehow strangely raised housing prices ever so slightly, but still raising. The housing market is booming right now. So it's almost been made worse because of COVID. I think, you know, we're lucky in this community in one sense that we have SOAR. But when you put limits on how much you can grow out, that means you have to grow, you have to fill in, and you're going to have to go up a little bit. And this project is really smart infill of land use that was not being utilized, that sat empty, that was unable to be rented. You know, I heard some things. You know, the traffic. I know it's counterintuitive when you think about high density developments. You think that's going to bring so many cars, and actually, high density developments bring less cars. Low density, you know, you think about a single family home, 2, 3, sometimes even 4 cars, right? Everybody that living there has a car. Usually people that are renting or in the affordable housing have actually less cars. High density housing does not increase crime. It doesn't, I heard one of the commenters question what kind of people will be living there. Students, young families, seniors, people just like you and me who want to live and work in our wonderful city, our beautiful city, and start a life here. Like I said, it's good infill. It's a beautiful project. The amount of green space for the amount of units offered is impressive. I like that there are studios and that there are varying sizes offered. I don't think you can find a studio in Camarillo. I mean, and those are really great options for students and for young people just trying to start out. I think it meets, you know, we have our community goals and our general plan goals, and those are written for a reason. And this project meets those goals. The park fees are a great addition and helpful to our city. And so, yeah, I support this project. This is a smart use of land that was not being utilized. And it's a way for us to meet our RENA numbers, but it's not just about the numbers. It's really about trying to have a positive effect on the housing crisis and making sure that people have a place to live. So, and doing it with that maintains the character of our town and adds to that community, that neighborhood. And I think this project does.
Mr. Tremblay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So for the record, I've read the final EIR, its appendices. I watched the recent Planning Commission proceedings. I met with city staff. I have not met with the applicant. I did receive the updated revised traffic study only this afternoon that was in the red folder, and I have not had time to review it. But I understand there are no changes to the technical data of the report or the report's findings. Compliments to Mr. Hargrave. Dennis, you do an excellent job of representing your clients. That's a good presentation. This is a tough decision for me because there is a lot to like about this project. Not the least of which involves adding 385 apartment units to our housing mix, 49 of which are studio units, which are needed, and 20 of which are designated as very low income, all of which is good. I acknowledge the arguments that have been set forth in the presentation by staff and by Mr. Hargrave. I generally support infill development, but that said, there are limitations. Each project, and all of us here do this, each project has to be individually evaluated on its merits. And I will acknowledge that my views have evolved over the 4 years that I've sat on the city council. So I am getting the distinct feeling that I'm going to be the contrarian here, but I'm going, at the risk of being contrarian, I'm going to vote no on the proposal for two principal reasons. Number one, I'm skeptical that the traffic volume numbers are realistic in terms of impacts on the neighborhoods to the north and the northeast of the proposed site, including Leisure Village. My sense is that the traffic volumes from such a high density development will be much more significant than modeled. A maximum of 22 vehicles per day cumulatively on the intersection that I focused on, which was not included in the study. I'm just skeptical that that number is a realistic number. It's not a criticism per se of the FEIR or the traffic modeling that was done. It's just my judgment as a decision maker and as someone who drives that area 3 or 4 times in a week and is very familiar with navigating through that area and not having to go out to Santa Rosa Road via Verdugo, but being able to go, quote unquote, the back way through Adolfo and Los Pueblos to get out to Santa Rosa. That's the first reason. The second reason, though, is more significant. I don't think that residential development at this site is in the best long-term interests of the city. And let me explain why. There are several reasons. With due respect, I think the prior council made a mistake in approving the Tessa Robles development. Approval of this proposed development further erodes what was and still is in the city's current general plan, a master planned industrial manufacturing area. And you have only to look at the map that Mr. Hargrave put on the screen to see how much this residential project will erode away the Mission Oaks Technology Center area, the industrial manufacturing area, which is a master planned area. The area is not designed for residential development. It lacks neighborhood infrastructure. It lacks proximity to services for residential use. There may be limited retail off Verdugo, and that's great, but residents are going to have to travel farther outside the area in order to go grocery shopping, to take their children to school, et cetera, and that just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The nearest neighborhood park to this site is Encanto, and that's off of Los Pueblos, and that's quite a distance away. And then you have the regional Mission Oaks Park, which is even, as you all know, much farther away. And with due respect to the concept of the green belt and the the corner plaza proposed for the property, I don't think it's sufficient to support the high density use that's anticipated here. And you only have to look at the fact that there's a proposal to pay $1.7 million to Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District. If you look at big page 64 of the staff report, which is the June 2020 memorandum from the Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District, there is already a significant deficiency in the amount of parkland within the district area. There should be 349 acres of parkland, and there's only 256 acres of parkland. So there's no surprise to me that there is such a payment proposed. But and I will just say anecdotally, I mean, given the cost of land, I think it's reasonable to assume that the district is not going to use these funds to buy more parkland because it's too expensive. It's going to improve neighborhood parks. I mean, these are going to be essentially Quimby-like funds, and that's what the district will use them for. Next, I understand the arguments by the project proponent regarding the amount of existing industrial land inventory in the city. And I also acknowledge that the assertion that the approval of the project is consistent with the city's economic development strategic plan, which we all worked very hard on. It was adopted in 2018. That said, there are equally as compelling arguments on the other side of the equation. When you look at the economic development strategic plan, and I quote a key objective from page 3, quote, "A key objective is to encourage optimal land use patterns to ensure the long-term viability of Camarillo's commercial and industrial areas," close quote. I don't think this project meets the objective in the economic development strategic plan, especially when we have been focusing on targeting several industry sectors for business growth, including biotechnology, life sciences, and advanced manufacturing. And if in fact this Mission Oaks part, this business park, Sean, as you have asserted, has languished, then my rebuttal to that is, why have we seen now the grading and infrastructure development beginning for the area on the far eastern side of the technology center? It still is a center and a business park that has long-term potential and is currently under development on the industrial side. This is really hard because I understand the critical need for housing, and I understand the critical need for a diverse housing stock. And that said, though, it's a balancing act, and that's the challenge here. I think there are other industrial brokers out there, and I know many of them, who would argue that taking existing remaining industrial zone parcels out of the equation and using the acreage for residential development is short-sighted. And I get it. You know, it's sort of a chicken and egg argument here, right? Do you do the manufacturing? Do you do the housing, et cetera? But I still think it's short-sighted. So long-term, I think we're making a mistake, significantly eroding away what was or is designed to be the Mission Oaks Technology Center and the existing industrial property. So let me just finish by running this question past you to think about. If this project is approved, what happens the next time a GPA application is received to repurpose land in this area for residential use? Or let me frame the question differently. Where on the slippery slope are we going to land? So for all those reasons, I'm going to not support this project. Thanks.
Okay. My comments are fairly brief. I'm going to start by quoting Judge Bill Liebman, who was a former city council member. And at the meeting after the SOAR and CURB initiatives passed, the people's bills, Mr. Liebman said, I hope the people realize what they just did. We're not going to be able to go out anymore. That means that we have to build higher density within the city limits. I've always remembered that. I believe that we do need more housing. The next generation needs housing, but the current generation also needs housing. This is infill. As I look at it, a lot of people are telling us we need mixed use. In mixed use properties, you have commercial and you have residential. Very few, only one ever came to us that was going to have industrial and residential, and that one they never turned anything in after they got their go ahead to do further studies. I know there's a shorting of housing here, and for that reason, I can support this project. So what are the wishes of the council?
Do we have to do 3 or 4 separate?
Yes, let's do it that way. Would you like to make a motion, Mrs. Santangelo?
Sure, I'll move to adopt a resolution certifying the environmental impact report number 2017-4.
Is there a second? Mr. Kildee seconds. Could we have the vote, please?
Councilmember Kildee,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay,
No.
Vice Mayor Molche,
Yes.
Mayor Craven.
Yes.
That motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Tremblay dissenting.
I'll move to adopt a resolution approving the general plan amendment number 2017-1.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Could we have the vote, please?
Councilmember Kildee,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay,
No.
Vice Mayor Molche,
Yes.
Mayor Craven.
Yes.
That motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Tremblay dissenting.
I would like to request a reading of the title of the ordinance.
Yes, this is ordinance number 1177, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo for a change of zone from limited manufacturing, LM, to residential plan development, 30 units per acre maximum, RPD 30U, located at the southeast corner of Verdugo Way and Camino Ruiz, further described as CZ331.
I'll move to waive further reading and introduce an ordinance approving change of zone number 331.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Could we have the vote, please?
Councilmember Kildee,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay,
No.
Vice Mayor Molche,
Yes.
Mayor Craven.
Yes.
That motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Tremblay dissenting.
Okay, so now we go back to community development. Item A, resolution rescinding resolutions numbered 2020-48 and 2020-109 and EOC order 20-3, and temporarily allowing parking of recreational vehicles for COVID-19 permit purposes by permit.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Craven. We will have David Moe presenting this item.
All right. All right, thank you, Mayor Craven and council members. The City Council, why isn't this moving forward? There we go. The City Council adopted Resolution 2020-48, ratifying Emergency Operations Center Order 20-3 on March 26th. And this order and resolution relaxed the parking enforcement of passenger vehicles and RVs on city streets. 5 months later, the City Council adopted Resolution 2020-109, rescinding a portion of that EOC order, which reinstated parking restrictions for passenger vehicles. However, it did not reinstate parking restrictions for the RVs that are parked on the street. In November, the City Council considered rescinding both resolutions to reinstate RV parking restrictions on the public streets. However, based on the concerns that COVID numbers may be on the rise due to the upcoming holiday season, which they did increase, the City Council asked staff to gather data on the number of RVs that are parked currently on our public streets. So staff went out and conducted several inspections of the city over a 2-week period. The inspections were conducted on different days and at different times to really get a feel for what's out there. And overall, we identified 179 RVs that are currently parked on our public streets, which include 122 of them just being stored on the street. It appeared that 48 of them potentially may be used for additional living spaces. And when we evaluated them, we saw slide outs, electrical cords, hoses, sometimes traffic cones in the street, kind of warning people that there's a large vehicle there. And then we also identified 9 RVs that were being used as a permanent residence by our homeless population. Of the 179 RVs parked on the streets, 2 were blocking fire hydrants, 46 are obscuring views around curves, intersections, and driveways, and 4 were parked in the wrong direction. Now, I really want to note that during this whole pandemic, the city code compliance and the police department continued to enforce egregious violations. For example, when we identified the 2 blocking the fire hydrants, we addressed them immediately. So currently, the city is receiving 7 to 8 complaints about RVs a week. And those complaints range from obscuring sight, causing tripping hazards, and slide outs protruding the right of way, and these RVs being stored for excessive period of time on the streets. So these are some of the pictures that we see out there. Here's some visibility concerns. Here's a turn here, so you can kind of see the RV here is blocking some of the view here, so you have to slowly creep out to make sure it's safe to exit. And then you can kind of see right here, this is the driveway, and then this is also a curve right here. And in this picture, the RV is parked a little bit too far from the curb, and they have a traffic cone warning drivers that it's there. Here are some of the pictures of the RVs parked the wrong way, which we addressed, and they're gone now. Here are some of the slide out pictures. As you can see, they have slide outs in both directions, really, into the street and towards the sidewalk. The big concern here is, especially this Jayco here, this appears to be a bedroom slide out here. So people could actually be sleeping in here. Why vehicles may have a potential of actually hitting it. Some of the other issues that we noticed, some camping situations going throughout the city. We have some RVs that have their stairs protruding to the sidewalk, and the lower right corner here is one of my favorites with the Airstream with the satellite antenna, and you can also see that there are cords going across the sidewalk. So we know that we show the council here a bunch of pictures of some of the impacts from having the RVs on the street, and here we wanted to also show it. There are RVs parked currently on the street that are parked appropriately. So since most of the RVs are just being stored on the public street, staff suggests reinstating the parking enforcement of RV beginning January 4th, 2021. By delaying the enforcement to January 4th, this provides time for public outreach and allows the RVs to be utilized for guests during the holidays for COVID quarantine purposes, and to provide adequate time for the RV owners to find storage and properly store the RV. So if there's a need to utilize an RV for temporary living space on a public street after January 4th, the owner of the RV may be able to obtain a permit, a 10-day permit through the city pursuant to the Camarillo Municipal Code. Staff is also suggesting that RVs be utilized for COVID-19 quarantine purposes on the public streets after January 4th through the issuance of a no-fee city parking permit. Staff has developed a conceptual RV parking permit for COVID-19 quarantine purposes outlined in the agenda report. Under this permit, a resident may park their RV on the public street for up to 30 days, and then extensions would be granted on a case-by-case basis. An example of an extension would be a healthcare worker who has an increased exposure to COVID-19 and is trying to quarantine themselves to limit exposure to the rest of their family. The applications for the parking permit would be available online. Community development would provide same-day processing, and the Code Compliance Division would be responsible for the follow-up and monitoring of the compliance of the program. Staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution rescinding City Council Resolutions 2020-48 and 2020-109 in their entirety and allowing recreational vehicles to be parked on city streets for COVID-19 quarantine purposes under a permitting process. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Mr. Mulchay.
Thank you. Mr. Moe, I just wanted to clarify, you kind of already touched on your presentation, but I just wanted to clarify that if we were to move the suggested action, then people who want to use their RVs for quarantining purposes for COVID-19 will still be able to do so via the no-fee permit. They'll be able to acquire that permit online exclusively. They need to do everything online. They can do everything online. And then for everyone who is using their RV, we will notify them prior to the January 4th enactment or change over. So that way they're not finding out that they are, they're not breaking the rules by finding a fee or a ticket on their RV. They'll be notified of this change.
Yes, we're going to use the time now between now and January 4th to conduct our public outreach. And we do that by a press release. We're actually going to be meeting with the community relations officer tomorrow to discuss that. And then we're also going to go out and put notices on the RVs that are currently on the street now. So they'll see that. And then after January 4th, we'll start the enforcement process, but the enforcement process starts with a notice. It's not an automatic ticket.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to specifically ask that you make sure you make contact with each RV if a notice is appropriate, but that most people probably won't see the press release from city.
Right.
So going the extra mile and reaching out to them personally would be, I think, very helpful and appropriate. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, David, for COVID purposes, is it a 30-day permit with 30-day extension, or how does that work?
Well, each extension we take kind of a case by case. We're proposing continuing doing 30-day extensions, and we just kind of keep renewing that permit every 30 days and touching base with the owner of the RV to make sure that they still need the use of that for quarantine purposes on the street.
This won't go into effect until after the holiday season, I believe, is it January 4th?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, that's all I have.
Mr. Tremblay.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Dave, so there's two separate things. One is if it's a COVID-19 quarantine purposes, then it's a no-fee city parking permit, and it's up to 30 days, and you can grant extensions on a case-by-case basis, right?
That's correct.
But the other example was if someone in a non-COVID-19 related situation needs a living space, they can obtain the permit for up to, is it any 10 days within a 90-day period?
Yes, that's correct.
So the other 80 days, they can't be there.
That's right.
10 days within any one 90-day period.
That's correct.
Okay. And on your PowerPoint, when you indicated that egregious violations are enforced, how is that done? Is there usually like a notice first followed by a citation? And then is there ever towing?
We coordinate directly with the police department. on that. So if we get a complaint on an RV, blocking a fire hydrant, we will contact the PD immediately and coordinate with them. The first is a notice to move it. And then if they don't, then it would be followed up with a citation.
Is there ever a towing, or is it just as it's a citation activity?
We have not. I'm not aware of any towing of vehicles for just parking there. There have been situations where abandoned vehicles have been towed, but they're abandoned. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Questions? I wanted to explain, in case you weren't aware, that we have two ordinances that are in play here. There's the 72-hour ordinance, and we also have the oversized vehicle ordinance. And so the normal process for the 10 days for an RV is the one we already had that we suspended earlier, or one of them. And that's the oversized vehicle permit. And you could go and get a 10-day permit, and it would be good for any 10 days within a 90-day period. And so we're reinstating that part. But they can still get that. Okay, it's time for council discussion or a motion. Mrs. Santangelo.
I want to commend staff for doing this, driving around and looking for RVs. I appreciate getting the feedback so we can really make an informed decision. It looks like we can rescind this, and I'm happy to see that there's a process. As a nurse, I get very concerned about fellow nurses that need a place. And just, I know, and just from hearing what's happening in workplaces, people are looking for ways to quarantine. So I'm glad we'll have an option for people. So, I'll make a motion unless there's discussion.
Let me just say there's an attendee list. We have 8 attendees, and I neglected to ask for public comments. I don't see any hands, but if there's a member of the public who'd like to speak to us on this item, please raise your hand. Okay, nobody has raised their hand, so go ahead with the motion.
I'll move the suggested action.
I'll second Susan's motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Could we have the vote, please?
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo?
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulchay?
Yes.
Mayor Craven?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, the next item is comments. I'm looking. Is council member and staff comments. Are there any comments from the city manager?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Just a couple items. First of all, starting off with some great news. We received notification from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation stating that our 2019 request for additional desalter funding under the WIN Act is approved, and we'll be receiving another $6.44 million to add to the $5 million grant we received in the past. So I'm very excited about that, and staff did an amazing job. And there's still additional funding we will seek, and we hope to obtain as well. A couple other items. One is as the holidays approach, please stay safe in your car. As you're driving around, viewing lights and all the holiday pleasantries, we encourage you to stay safe, confined in your car, and not walking around and social distance, and wear a mask wherever you can. COVID testing in Camarillo. The city has secured Ventura County's mobile testing trailer. It'll be here at Constitution Park on December 17th and December 31st. Testing will be open to the public from 11 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. And community members are encouraged to be tested regularly and are more than welcome. And finally, City Hall it will be closing to walk-in traffic on Monday, December 14th. We will be completely virtual, both online and by phone. And we'll remain closed until further notice. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kildee.
Let me try to get my meetings. Okay. I had a VRSD meeting that I attended on November 9th. I also had a VRSD meeting on December 3rd. We had a lot of wind here. I appreciated the updates from Southern California Edison about which lines would be de-energized. I know we've all followed that very closely. I didn't know if staff had there was any damage that they know of during this wind. I, for one, have had enough wind this year, and I'm looking hopefully for a little bit of rain or something other than wind. But we'll see what happens. Shop Camarillo. If you're able to, shop Camarillo. Restaurants are takeout now. Many of them are set up for this now. They didn't want to have to go back to where they have to go back to, but that's the reality that we're all dealing with now. But if there's any way that you can shop Camarillo and patronize the restaurants and other businesses, that would be a really good thing. We lost a really great Camarillan last week. If I may ask the indulgence of the council to adjourn in Michael Murphy's memory. And Michael Murphy's sister is Terry McConville, a very accomplished attorney in town here, and the wife of Ron McConville. And Michael was a great person, married to Randy, a lifelong Camarillo resident as well. And Michael had a really, such an interesting life. He did a lot of classified things that he really couldn't talk about, but he's a very accomplished pilot. He actually had a job in the Pentagon at one time, and he traveled the world, and he loved living in Camarillo here. Camarillo was his home. He used to tell me that I've seen a lot of the world, and there's no better place than Camarillo here. And Michael was a big supporter of the council. He was a big supporter of the business community here. He knew an awful lot about the airport. He was an aviation expert in many ways, and very accomplished person. And he died far too unexpectedly and far too young from, unfortunately, the dreaded pancreatic cancer. I don't think the family would be adverse to me mentioning this. So go get checked up, all of us, as much as we can here. And he did, and he was a very healthy individual, but he's going to be sorely missed. And if the council would indulge me, I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Michael Murphy, an outstanding person and an outstanding resident and an outstanding Camarillan. So those are what I have. Happy holidays to everybody. And it's going to be a little different this year, but you know, the holiday seasons are, you know, they've written songs about it. It's the most wonderful time of the year. So let's remember that and cherish this holiday and Christmas season. Thank you.
Mr. O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Meetings attended. November 19th, I attended the Ranch Committee meeting. Also November 19th, the Economic Development Collaborative meeting, board meeting. November 20th, the Economic Development, actually that same meeting. Or no, November 20th, the Economic Development Committee meeting. December 2nd, the Finance Committee meeting, and today, right before Council, the Investment Committee. One thing that I got from both the EDC or the Economic Development Collaborative and the committee in the Economic Development Committee meeting was that the loan program that we did through the EDC has been advertised, and they have been getting a ton of interest across a whole array of different industries. And right now it's technically, if everyone were to be approved, it'd be oversubscribed. So there is significant interest out there. and it just went to a firm. That was a good move, and I think that's going to be a very beneficial program. There's a lot of interest in it amongst the business community in Camarillo. Follow up on a few things. On one of our agenda items, one caller or one resident had mentioned some issues on Adolfo Road. I have been getting a lot of complaints, and where we can, whether it's appropriate to see if something can be passed to Transportation Infrastructure Committee, and if that committee, once it's reconstituted, possibly the first of the year, if we can look at if there's any potential strategies for, one, how we can help reduce speeding along that. It is known as the place to go drag racing on Friday and Saturday nights. That is a legitimate issue. I can hear it from my house at times. And also that dead end. And that I think recently, maybe a month or two ago, we had the 18th car go through that dead end. I'm not sure what the reason was behind it. Something I'll probably follow up with our commander on to see what the cause was for that. But I know there's been multiple cars going through that dead end. And so if there's something we can do to bring more awareness and there's simply greater safety to that little stretch of road, it would be appreciative. COVID-19, it's not going away. Last week we had a record in the nation, 2,885 deaths. Today it was announced that we broke that record with 3,011 deaths. This is a really serious issue as we go into the holiday season. Having just finished up Thanksgiving and going into Christmas, it's all the more important that we follow the health guidelines. We do what we can to keep ourselves and others safe. I have a coworker whose father died from it. I have another coworker who has it right now, and he's healthy for all intents and purposes, but dang, he's struggling right now. I know people personally that who either know someone who's died or who are going through it themselves or have gone through it themselves. A few contractors that I know, and they'll swear to you they feel like they were just about to die. It's not something. A lot of them swore it off beforehand. It wasn't until they were in the thick of it did they say, "I'm a believer." That's the last time. That's not when you want to become a believer in the severity of this. So please, please, please take the necessary precautions. Wear a mask and follow the health guidelines. I did have one question to staff, and I'm not expecting an answer on this. I just want to raise it. Obviously, a letter went out. I live in the Camarillo Water District. They sent out a letter to everyone in their district that they had a security breach, a cybersecurity breach intrusion, and that whoever had intruded had done so and been there for about a year. It kind of ticked a box in my head, and I just wanted to raise that same issue. I know that staff was already aware of it, Camarillo, but that we also look at it for our information systems as well. And I know that I presume that we go through some sort of annual audit and or like a security review. And cybersecurity is ever more important, particularly in this day and age. Whether it's ransomware or someone trying to get into your systems to steal identifiable information. It's really important that we stay up on that. And we make sure our infrastructure here in the city and also our utilities is safe. And then lastly, I also want to mention someone that we lost recently, and I would also ask that we adjourn in her memory. Shirley Randall. Anyone who's been in Camarillo for quite a long time has probably come across Shirley Randall. I certainly have. She was a terrific lady. I only recently got to know her in the last few years. She passed away on November 28th. And just to give you a little bit of background for anyone who doesn't know who Shirley Randall was, she grew up at a cattle ranch in Kansas. She moved to Camarillo in 1969. She's been involved in many community organizations, helped form AYSO Region 68. She volunteered as a Friends of the Library, the bookstore. She's a city ambassador. She was a docent at the Camarillo Ranch House and for the Pleasant Valley Historical Society. She was Camarillo Woman of the Year in 2005, and she was also the PV Historical Society Doña in 2006. In 2018, she moved to Alma Villa, which is an assisted living facility. And that's where I got to know her. My great grandmother is also at that facility, and they became good friends. And I was introduced to her shortly after she moved. I knew of her. I knew Shirley Randall. I ran into her a few times, but I never really got the time to sit down and talk to her. And I had opportunity to then. And she was just a remarkable lady, be friends with everyone, really gave back to her community. We need more people like her. So I do ask that we adjourn also in her memory, in addition to Mr. Michael Murphy. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Santangelo. Vice Mayor, Council Member.
Sorry, Sean. Okay, so for meetings attended on November 3rd, the Utilities Committee, December 3rd, CPA Board meeting, December 2nd, Finance Committee, December 9th, Investment Committee, and on December 1st was the Chamber of Commerce State of the City virtual event. I had a quick question for staff. Do we know, did the business grants get dispersed? I think that was supposed to happen by December 8th.
Correct. They have been, some of them have been dispersed and they're in process now. But multiple businesses have received funding.
Yay. Thank you. So I would listen to the elected officials call this morning. Numbers, new cases today, 170. But what really concerns me are the hospitalizations, 147 hospitalized COVID patients, and of those 42 are ICU. And that's creeping up. And this really isn't even the Thanksgiving effect yet. So I'm concerned about what's going to happen in our near future, and then concerned about what's going to happen after the Christmas holiday. So I feel like I say the same thing every week, so I'm not going to say it again, but please be careful. And being that this is our last meeting of 2020, we usually have some events at the end of the year where we get to celebrate our staff and events where we're out in the community and we get to say things and thank people. So I'm going to do it now. To the city staff, I want to recognize the work that you've done this extraordinary year. You've been innovative, you've persevered, you've been resourceful, and it's been nothing short of inspiring. Your talents and your skill and your hard work and dedication, they're all so essential to the success of our city and really are the foundation of all of our achievements. And so thank you. I appreciate all of you. This has been a really rough year, and there's just no arguing that. The pandemic has affected every single one of us, but in different ways. I mean, some of us have had to learn to work from home. Some are supervising young kids, distance learning. Some of us are essential workers. Some of us are healthcare workers. Some of us have lost their jobs or lost their businesses or are seeing their businesses suffer. Some of us have gotten COVID-19. Some of us have died. And some of us, or most of us, a lot of us, know people that are sick or have passed. And some of us are dealing with a number of these things all at the same time. We've all just had to adjust to a new way of life, and it's exhausting and it's scary, and it's overwhelming at times. I am so tired of it. My job has been extraordinarily challenging, and I'm tired. I'm tired. And it's really times like this that we really need to dig deep as a community to support one another and to work together to get through this. And it's also times, I know sometimes it's hard, but when you're struggling, it's really important to take stock of what you're grateful for. Because I promise that for everyone who's lost something, there is somebody who has lost more. So despite our being tired and frustrated and some of us really struggling right now, try to find some gratitude for what we do have. I think, we can really have hope with vaccines coming, but we still have to stay vigilant and we still have to do all those things, the hand hygiene, all that stuff. But I think really the most important thing is to really think about the gathering. And I talked about this at Thanksgiving, but I'm going to talk about it again. Please don't travel. Please don't gather with other households. I know it's hard. I get it. But we've really got to take this seriously. Support our local businesses, order takeout, use curbside pickup, shop online, pick things up, shop local. We can do this, but we have to do this as a community. I'm trying to be very hopeful and look forward to 2021 with a vision of health and healing. And obviously that applies to the pandemic. And I've talked about like collectively what we should do, but individually, there's going to be a lot of healing that needs to happen. Some of us are sick. Some of us are having mental health struggles. And so I hope that 2021 brings healing to you. And if you need help, please ask for it. Resources are there. You can call 211. There's also going to be economic healing. Our businesses and our residents have suffered. And we as a city and as a council need to continue to do what we can do to support them as they rebuild. And finally, I really hope that the healing spreads to the division and the animosity that has become so pervasive across our country and our community. We need to come together. We need to find common ground. We need to respect one another and listen to one another. I hope that in the coming year, we can lead with kindness and with caring and really realize that we're all in this together. So with that, I wish you all and wish all of your loved ones a joyful and a peaceful holiday and a very happy new year.
Mr. Trimley.
For meetings attended, I had a Metrolink Board of Directors ad hoc fuel hedging committee meeting on November 20. On December 1, I was privileged to represent the council in the Chamber of Commerce presentation for the 2020 State of the City video. And I'm glad Ms. Santangelo focused on city staff. I thought that was very appropriate because that video was all about the terrific efforts of our city staff who are truly exemplary. On December 2nd, I had a Board of Directors meeting for Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency. Then we had the City Council reorganization meeting that evening. And then on December 4th, I had a Board of Directors meeting for Ventura County Transportation Commission. 4 announcements. The first is a shout out, compliment to our water division and Mr. Klotzel on the landscape efficiency audit retrofit program that property owners can avail themselves of. I got really high compliments from a property owner on that program and what it did for them. And they described, and I'm not sure if it was city staff or if it was Waterwise staff, but they described them as very courteous and positive and professional. So good job on that. Number 2, well, this is also a Mr. Klotzel reference too. Another recent accident at Las Posas and Carmen, where a vehicle was trying to turn south onto Carmen from Las Posas. And it brings to mind our prior conversations about hopefully beta testing a new pilot signal arrow program, flashing arrow program. So I don't know when we're going to be rolling out that beta testing program, but when I would like to know at some point, not tonight, when we're going to be doing that, and I'm hoping that intersection is one of the beta test intersections. Thirdly, you probably all read in the Star this morning, and Susan, you may have heard about this in the weekly call this morning. I wasn't able to be a part of it. but the County of Ventura's efforts at being a separate lockdown region for COVID-19. What I read in the Star, was that a letter had support had come in from city leaders in Thousand Oaks and Camarillo, but I'm not quite sure whether that letter came from Madam Mayor or from the city manager. And I'd like to know a little bit more about that, and I'm certainly supportive of that, but my understanding is the state is likely to say no to that proposal. And finally, as everybody else has said, please observe our public health orders. Please support our local businesses. We will get through this together as a community, and I hope that everyone has a happy and a blessed holiday season and New Year's. And that's it from me.
To answer your question first, yes, the letter did come from me. Staff prepared it. I was in here early yesterday morning. Yesterday morning, signed the letter, and we got it off to Sacramento with copies to Supervisor Long.
Madam Mayor, I'm just not sure that I saw it. I may have missed it in the email, but if for some reason it didn't get distributed, could we make sure it gets distributed to all the council members?
I thought it was sent out yesterday, but I will, I'm sure Mr. Ramirez will make sure it's sent out tomorrow.
Thank you.
Meetings attended. I attended the Ranch Foundation Ad Hoc Committee meeting on the 19th, an RDP general meeting on the 1st, Utilities Committee meeting on November 30th, an RDP Strategic Committee meeting on the 2nd, a California Contract Cities Association State Legislative Committee on the 2nd, and council reorganization on the 3rd. I attended a CASA Federal Legislative Committee on the 4th. So I've been Zooming all over the place. I have received 2 thank yous from people who I met up with while I was out and about in town, when it was okay to be out and about, from businesses who received the city loans, and they were very, very grateful for them. I noticed a for sale sign on the former Mini Cooper site. At least that's what it looked like to me. Personally, I always thought that that building was an eyesore. I voted against it when it came to us to allow that building to be built not according to the Heritage District requirements in the general plan. But I believe the council was talked into it by a pretty pushy consultant that was hired by the Mini Cooper people. So I'm just putting out there that, as far as I'm concerned, if anybody wants to come in and buy that and do something else with that property, I would hope that our staff can find a way to have those people change it back to not be a big black eyesore, but to be something that conforms with the rest of our properties along the freeway corridor and would look more like the buildings in the Heritage Zone. Additionally, I've had 2 people ask me recently, when will when do we think that the Newey Camarillo Springs project will be coming to the council? Does staff have any idea?
We're hopeful that it'll be 2nd or 3rd quarter of 2021.
Okay, so it's being put off a ways.
A little bit. We're in the midst of response to comments on the EIR, and that's going to take a while. And we're also finalizing the economic development studies that the council requested.
Okay. I'll just tell them it's going to be a while. I have a couple of announcements. Santa's going to hit the road this year. He's going to hit the road on Saturday, and he's coming to you. It's a 5-part route that hits several parks. Go to the Pleasant Valley Park District website at www.pvrpd.org for the routes and the expected times And be sure to read their recommended procedures for safe viewing. They have quite a few things posted. And also, another announcement, the Chabad of Camarillo will light its menorah tomorrow night. It will be a virtual event. And for more information on how to get tuned into the streaming of it, you can go to www.chabadcamarillo.com, and Chabad is spelled C-H-A-B-A-D. And then you have to click on the menorah lighting tab. I would like to congratulate Mark Uribe on being named the city's new finance director. Mark did an outstanding job with the budget this year as interim finance director, and I know he'll continue to do the same excellent work as our new finance director. I too would like to wish everyone a happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and a bountiful New Year. We did not finish our closed session, so we will go from this meeting into a closed session. And I doubt that we'll have any announcements when we come out of the closed session. But at that time, we will adjourn in the memory of Michael Murphy and Shirley Randall. So with that, we will recess to closed session. And I would say, council, let's take another 10-minute break. And so we will recess we'll reconvene in closed session at 11:10.